Thanks, Katie. We're thrilled to be celebrating our 10th birthday with a special Guinness World Record dive and live stream show. Today, we're celebrating not only our accomplishments over the past 10 years, but also honoring our founder, Robert Ripley. Remember, it was Robert Ripley in 1940 who did the first underwater radio broadcast in a shark tank. He's the namesake behind Ripley's Entertainment, which includes Ripley's Believe It or Not Auditoriums, Louis Tussauds Waxworks, and 3 Ripley Aquariums. Today, we operate 100 attractions in 10 countries around the world. Here in Toronto, Ripley's Aquarium of Canada first opened our doors 10 years ago today on October 16, 2013. Since then, we've welcomed more than 17 million guests from across Canada and around the world. Our success over the past 10 years and this celebration today is only possible because of the dedication and commitment of our team members. They work hard every day to care for animals, keep all equipment operating, and provide an incredible guest experience for everyone who comes through our doors. Remember, you can build the best facility, but it takes people to bring this experience to life. And because of our team and our fantastic guests, that Ripley's Aquarium of Canada has proudly become a cornerstone in the Toronto community. I hope you enjoy the show.
see not only sharks, but also rays, eels, and of course our 3 green sea turtles, Spot, Chewy, and Schooner. Cam will be hosting a segment including pumpkin carving competition where our divers Olivia and Michael will be going head to head to see who can carve the most exquisite jack-o'-lantern. Who will win is going to be up to you, the audience, so you definitely won't want to miss that. Ben is a senior aquarist and will be telling us all about a few of our aquatic animals here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Now that you've met the team, let's get this jawsome day started. I'll hand this off to our first host, Kevin, who's getting into Rainbow Reef to kick off the underwater component of this live stream. Once Kevin's ready to go, we'll start the timer and get this official world record attempt started. Kevin, how are you doing in there?
Hi, Katie.
How is it in there, Kevin?
Oh, it's quite nice. Very warm in Rainbow Reef today. I'm very happy to be doing this live stream right here instead of one of our other exhibits like our Pacific kelp forest. A kelp forest, like many of our cold water exhibits, is around 10 degrees Celsius, so a little chilly for something like this, whereas right here in Rainbow Reef, we're at a much balmier 25 degrees. So when you have to be here for 6 hours, it's good to have a little bit of warmth. Of course, I am wearing my suit and all my protection for that, but it's still nice to be in a little bit warmer of a habitat. So hello to everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining us today to celebrate Ripley's Aquarium of Canada's 10th birthday. My name is Kevin, and I am the Director of Husbandry here at the aquarium. You might be wondering, what does husbandry mean, and what does it mean to be the Director of Husbandry? Well, husbandry is a term that refers to the care of animals. In my case, it means that I oversee the departments that are in charge of the well-being and day-to-day care of over 18,000 marine, freshwater, and brackish animals who call our aquarium home. I get to work with an amazing team of aquarists and divers, some of whom you are going to be meeting over the next few hours. But for the next hour or so, it will just be me. So, how about we get to know each other a little bit better first? I've been working at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada for 10 years. I started the year we opened in 2013. I actually started in education before moving into the husbandry department, where I've moved up the ranks until I became the director back in 2022. It's been a long time here, and it's been a lot of fun. I've had a lot of great memories over the years, whether it was getting to work with some really special animals. My favorites are usually the invertebrates, or honestly working with a lot of really great people. That's been my favorite, whether they're my team that you're going to meet today, or other hardworking aquarists that you'll see from some of our video segments, or some of the people that have moved on to other things. It's always been a great to work with people who are so passionate about ocean animals and conservation. I really can't believe it's already been 10 years since we first opened our doors, but you know what to say? Time flies when you're having fun. And we will be having a lot of fun today, so I'm sure the hours will fly by. Swim by, fly by. We'll be breaking the Guinness World Record for the longest underwater live stream before we know it. Now, before we dive into all the fun we have planned, there are some rules that we need to follow in order for this record attempt to officially count. As Katie mentioned, for us to beat the record for the longest underwater live stream, the time we need to beat is 5 hours and 25 minutes. For this to count, obviously our hosts will need to be underwater. It's in the record name after all. But more specifically, we'll need to be underwater at a minimum depth of 2.5 meters. Here in Rainbow Reef, we're about 3.5 meters or 12 feet deep. All of our host participants must be certified divers, which of course everybody on our team is. Some other rules: the stream must be viewable on a publicly available platform, so hello to all of you who are on that. The stream also must be continuous and uninterrupted. We can't also just ramble on for 6 hours and call it a day as much as I'd like to. Our content needs to remain on topic. Luckily, we put together a team of hosts who can easily spend 6 hours talking about sharks, especially Ben and Dave and a lot of other people you'll meet later. We have an awesome lineup of things for you, from educational segments to competitions. We'll also be doing some interviews and a few interactive polls and games that we'll be playing for you, our live stream audience. So get ready to participate in that. There are limits to how much time we can interview people who aren't submerged underwater, but we'll definitely be making the most of every minute of this. While we're allowed an unlimited number of hosts, a host cannot be underwater continuously for more than 4 hours. If a host leaves and returns later, there needs to be a break of 4 hours in between. Finally, the live stream must always have at least 50 active viewers at all times. So we need you to keep your device tuned in wherever you are watching from. We're happy to have you. In fact, we'd love to know where you're tuning in from. So why don't you let us know in the live stream chat, and we may even give you a shout out during the show. Now, if we do break the record today, knock on wood, it won't be the first one to be done here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. In 2015, the staff got together, we lined up through our tunnel in the dangerous lagoon that Katie mentioned, and we broke the world record for the most water moved by water balloons over 100 meters in 3 minutes, with our team of 200. We also used to hold the record for the largest horseshoe crab touch exhibit. The exhibit is no longer with the aquarium, but you may remember the touch tank exhibit that used to be in the Discovery Center. The entire system had a footprint of about 37.9 square meters and held a total water volume of 16,000 liters. At the time of the world record, back in April of 2017, the horseshoe crab exhibit was home to about 65 Atlantic horseshoe crabs. Did you know that horseshoe crab species are estimated to have existed for 445 million years? Put in that context, dinosaurs didn't exist until about 230 million years, so truly a very interesting and ancient species. And although we don't have horseshoe crabs any longer at our aquarium, there are still lots of other interesting marine animals that we'll be covering today. So, we're going to do a quick overview and a look at the day ahead and see what you can all look forward to on this stream. First up, we're going to be taking a deeper dive into this exhibit, Rainbow Reef. Figuratively speaking, of course, I can't get much deeper than I am now. We'll also be connecting with Fieldcrest and Viola Desmond Public Schools, where grade 3 and 4 classes will be chatting with me about some questions that they have prepared. Then we'll be handing things over to one of my colleagues, Cam, who's going to be hosting a pumpkin carving competition with 2 other divers. I don't know if you've ever tried to carve a pumpkin underwater in scuba gear. It's not easy, but we get by. Then Dave, one of our curators, will be joining us to interview Ripley Aquarium of Canada's lead veterinarian, Dr. Véronique Lepage, before schooling us on some fantastic shark facts. Following that, there will be an interactive quiz where you, the audience, can let us know how much you've learned so far. Next up, Ben, our senior aquarist, will be walking you through some seahorse fun facts before jumping into highlighting some of his favorite fish here at the Rainbow Reef. Next up, there'll be a back-to-back turtle segments. We have 3 green sea turtles here at the aquarium, as Katie mentioned, but they have big personalities and take up enough room in our hearts to warrant a little bit of extra coverage. Francis, our dive safety officer, will be letting you know what goes on and how you can become a scuba diver here. And that's everything from gear to communication, certification, safety, and just generally what it takes to work here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. It's going to be a jam-packed segment, and you won't want to miss it. She'll also introduce you to some of the animals in Ray Bay and teach you what goes into their care and meal times. I don't know if you've ever gotten to see one of our rays slurp up a fish before, but today is going to be your lucky day. After that, I'll be back and we'll touch base with our life support team to learn about everything that goes on behind the scenes to keep our animals safe and comfortable in their exhibits. We're going to be going over water supply and pumps, bioloads, filters, cleaning, lighting. There'll be a lot of moving parts that we always need to stay on top of. We'll also take some time to learn about the coral that we have here at the aquarium and chat a little bit about coral in the wild as well. Then we're going to be summing up the education portion of our live stream with a mega quiz where you will be able to play along at home and let us know what you learned today. We promise we'll have a jawsome day ahead, so don't go anywhere. Personally, I'm really excited for that pumpkin carving competition. I've seen it once or twice before, and it's always exciting. I know that some of our aquarists have some really good stuff lined up for that. And I don't know what you guys are most excited to learn about. Maybe you can pop it in the chat, and we may be able to answer some of those questions for you today as well. We're going to be talking pretty shortly as well, as I said, with a few of the schools. It's always great to talk to kids. They always have the best questions. And the kids we're going to be talking to today may be about the same age as the aquarium itself. So that's always exciting as well. Coming up next, we're going to be talking about some of these animals from Rainbow Reef. I have a few favorites personally that I'd like to highlight. I think that these guys can be difficult to see because there are so many different species here in Rainbow Reef. It's easy to overlook one or two, even though some of them have pretty big personalities like these guys here. So we'll be talking pufferfish, we'll be talking angelfish, just some of the stuff that you can expect to see in this sort of Indo-Pacific habitat. I think one of the first animals we're going to want to talk about today are these guys right here. They're right up front, trying to see if I have any food for them. Unfortunately, I don't have anything on me at the moment. But we have some spot fin pufferfish, sometimes called porcupine fish. Porcupine fish everybody kind of knows about because of their ability to puff up. But it's fitting that we're actually going to be talking about this reef, Rainbow Reef, first, because that's where we'll be talking, or that's where we're coming from you today. So, as I said, we're going to be talking about puffers, we're going to be talking about angels. The pufferfish are actually really interesting. A lot of people are not aware that people think that they're just sort of generally venomous, that their spines can eject you, or that they're really dangerous, but they're actually not nearly as dangerous as you think they are. So I mentioned earlier that I was happy that we were doing the live stream from this exhibit and not from Pacific kelp in our Canadian waters. That's because Pacific kelp is kept at a chilly 10 degrees Celsius, while Rainbow Reef here is kept at a toasty 24 to 25. Much nicer to hang out in. And we keep it so warm because, as you might be able to tell, Rainbow Reef is home to a lot of different tropical species. Now, when I say lots, I'm not kidding. There's almost 100 species in this exhibit with almost 1,000 individuals, which is a lot of mouths to feed, as you might expect. And Rainbow Reef is our fourth largest exhibit in the aquarium. It holds about 235,000 liters of water. That's a lot of space that our divers need to cover to make sure that every last little mouth gets fed. That includes fish that might be hiding in the rocks and crevices, and we're happy to do it. I mean, who wouldn't want to be paid to hang out in a tropical setting with all of these beautiful fish? Rainbow Reef is also a unique setting because it allows guests to experience a coral reef without leaving downtown Toronto. But did you know that the beautiful coral that we have in this exhibit is not actually real? That's right. Even though it might look convincing, the coral on the reef is artificial. And before we get into why, you may need to know that coral is actually a living creature. It surprises some people to know that it isn't a type of rock or a plant. Coral, though it doesn't swim around like our tropical fish, is in fact an animal. That means it's alive, and in fact, it's made up of tiny little animals living in colonies together. The individual animal is called a polyp, which has a translucent body with soft tentacles. Now you might be thinking, but Kevin, if coral is made up of polyps with soft tentacles, then how is coral hard to the touch? Well, that's because the polyps produce a very hard external skeleton. This is made of calcium carbonate, which is the same material as eggshells. This hard exoskeleton allows them to protect themselves from hungry predators. Yes, you heard that right. There are animals in the wild that do eat coral, but since the coral in Rainbow Reef isn't real, the fish in this exhibit have been specifically selected to make sure that coral isn't a part of their natural diet. Things like, I don't know, parrotfish, for example. Besides being beautiful to look at, our artificial coral still provides the benefits that coral does in the wild, most specifically shelter and protection for many of the species that live here. Now to answer the question, why don't we just have real coral in Rainbow Reef? Well, the reason is it takes coral an astronomical amount of time to grow to the sizes you see around me. Some coral reefs have been growing for hundreds or thousands of years, and some of the biggest ones we're not even quite sure. The coral reef in this exhibit is very big, so if we were to take something this big out of the wild, it would take hundreds of years to regrow with what's taken. Not a very responsible thing to do. By using handcrafted artificial coral instead, we can customize it to our needs, and most importantly, we leave coral reefs in the wild where they continue to grow undisturbed. If you're wondering what this coral is made out of, it's concrete core with a rubber and a non-toxic paint to give it its vibrant colors, which is pretty cool. And real coral is pretty cool too. Coral is actually an important part of its ecosystem. Like I said, it provides shelter and protection as well as food for many different species. Later in the show, we'll be talking a little bit about coral, including where you can actually find some real coral in Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. For now, I want to shift our attention to some of these beautiful fish that are sharing the space with me today. Specifically, I wanted to talk about 5 of my favorite fish here. We have orbicular batfish, pufferfish, Picasso triggerfish, emperor angelfish, and Korean angelfish. Besides having some of the cooler names, they also have some interesting facts about them as well. Now, the first one I'd like to talk about, hopefully if they swim on by, is a batfish, specifically an orbicular batfish. The orbicular in their names is a fancy way of saying flat and round like a disc, and that certainly does describe their appearance. Their genus name is Platax, which comes from the Greek word plates for flat. Some other names they're known by throughout the world are circular batfish, orbiculate batfish, round batfish, or orbic batfish. Sensitive pattern. Here at Ripley's, we generally are joking when they call them the mean girls, since ours like to patrol the exhibit on their own. They have their own little clique, sometimes even giving our hair a little tug if you're not careful. Interestingly, you can tell the approximate age of a batfish by looking at their dorsal and anal fins, the fins on the top and the bottom. They tend to be very large in young batfish and shorten as they age. Young batfish use their long fins to flop themselves onto their side, and so they can mimic dead leaves as if they are being taken by the current. Those young batfish can also change their color to a rusty brown, and that also helps them more closely resemble a dead leaf and blend into their environment. They typically live in brackish coastal environments where fresh water and salt water mix, areas like mangroves and lagoons. Some places batfish can be found in the world are in the Western Cape, the Red Sea, Australia, Polynesia, Japan, and Alaska. As they grow, their fins get shorter, and they change to more of a silver color like the ones you see here. The adult batfish will leave the sheltered coast and go to reefs where they feed on mostly macroalgae. Orbicular batfish also enjoy snacking on small fish, and they've been observed to follow sea turtles and eat their leavings. As the saying goes, one aquatic animal's droppings are another's. You get the idea. Next up, I'd like to talk about some of my other favorites, like the black-spotted pufferfish who were just hanging by a moment ago. Given their names, these pufferfish have black spots all over their bodies. Their bodies can range from brown to gray, and some are even bright yellow. Another name for these guys are known as dog-faced pufferfish because divers have said they resemble a puppy underwater. They certainly know how to beg like one. Like other pufferfish, to scare away predators, they can balloon up, thinking like Bloat from Finding Nemo. Except he was actually a porcupine fish, but we'll get into that. Another defense mechanism that pufferfish have in common is that their skin and body tissues contain a toxin, which comes from the bacterium in their food. A little guy coming right up, taking my spotlight. This toxin is called tetrodotoxin, and it can be up to 1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide to humans. There is no known antidote, so you need to steer clear of ingesting any part of a pufferfish. We call these... There's a difference between venomous and poisonous. These are poisonous. You don't want to eat them. Now, these puppy-faced fish pals can be found in the Pacific and Indian Oceans and like to hang around coral reefs. We also have Picasso triggerfish. See if we can find one. Another really fun animal to see. You might be thinking Picasso, like Pablo Picasso, and you would be right. They get their name from the color palette of the striped patterns on their body. And it's thought that it looks very similar to the palette that was used by Pablo Picasso. They're also known by their Hawaiian name, and you'll have to forgive me as I attempt to pronounce it. Huma Huma Uka Naka Pawa, or simply Huma Humu. And Huma Humu are actually the state fish of Hawaii. Unfortunately, we don't have a provincial fish here in Ontario, but we'd love to know your thoughts on what would be our provincial fish if we did have one. Let us know in the live stream chat. I'm going to say some kind of gar. There are two more fish species I want to highlight in this exhibit, and no, neither of them are dory fish from Finding Nemo, although you will see those swimming around. Ben will actually be talking about a few of those a little later, so stick around for that. The last two I'm going to be talking about are both types of angelfish. Here we have. Now, first up, we have the emperor angelfish. While adult emperor angelfish have a pinstripe pattern of yellow and blue, these fish can look very different when they're younger, having a dark blue body with white and electric blue rings. They can also change their coloring when they're adults, which is surprisingly common. You might notice that they look like they're wearing a mask over their eyes, and when it's mating time, the mask of a male will turn a dark blue and can appear almost black, whereas the female's mask will be more of a balmy color. Emperor angelfish live in coral reefs in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. In the wild, they like to snack on small invertebrates and plants, as well as things like sponges and algae. Lastly, we're going to be looking at the Koran angelfish. Like the emperor angelfish, adult and juvenile Koran angelfish can look very different. As an adult, they have a brownish-green color with blue-edged scales that creates a blue speckling effect on their bodies and tails. All of the fins, apart from the plain yellow pectoral fins, the ones down here, have blue margins as well. Meanwhile, juvenile Koran angelfish have blue-black marks on their bodies with narrow white stripes. At the head end, their stripes are fairly straight and then become more curved as they approach the base of the tail. The juvenile emperor angel and Koran angel actually look very similar, and it's easy to mistake them. But the way that you can tell the difference between the two is that the juvenile Koran, the last stripe doesn't create a complete circle, which it does on the Emperor Angel. Emperor juveniles also have blue lines and circles on their dorsal, that's the top, and anal, that's on the bottom, fins, while Korean angelfish don't have those. Since there are nearly 100 different species here in Rainbow Reef, if I talked about every single one, we'd be here all day, and I'd probably take up the entire live stream. So, while we won't be able to cover them all, as I mentioned earlier, Ben will be talking about a few more when he takes over later. Something that all the fish in this habitat have in common, though, is that they are from the Indo-Pacific region, meaning that they're found naturally in the Indian Ocean and around Australia. We have lots of different fish with different nutritional needs. Now, that means that our divers have to feed them a variety of different foods to make sure our fish are happy and healthy in our care. We like to make sure our fish always get healthy and nutritious meals. Now, let's just try and demonstrate for everybody as well. Here we go. One of our more common food items right here, and everybody's probably going to make me very popular. Now, we like to make sure we give them nutritious meals, like I said, and it's the things that would be the same or better than they would get in the wild. Some of the things we like to feed them are brine shrimp, krill, lettuce, like I have here, just a big leafy romaine lettuce, and bok choy. Also types of marine pellets. We really do mix up their diet because variety is key. See how excited they are to have a little bit of breakfast. Here we can see some of the large batfish that I was talking about, as well as rabbitfish, raccoon butterfly fish, Picasso triggerfish, or clown triggerfish. Everyone's particularly excited. Split it up for everybody. Make sure the whole crew gets a little bit. As I said, each day we do try and mix up their diet. So some days they may get a couple of heads of lettuce. Sometimes it's bok choy. But some of them are more herbivorous or plant eating than others. So they mostly feast on large algae. Others are more carnivorous, usually eating small invertebrates like little shrimps and krill and things like that. So we have a variety of those that we feed each day, as well as some specially crafted pellets that provide them sort of a complete nutrition. Now, you might be wondering why we feed our fish these foods if they're not found in the ocean. And that's because they have the same, if not better, nutritional content compared to the regular diet of the fish in the wild. These, of course, are usually much easier to source as well. And we do send off all our food items each year for nutritional analysis just to make sure that everything is up to snuff. Now, even though we have so many different types of fish here in Rainbow, it only makes up a small fraction of the amazing species that directly rely on coral reefs for shelter and for food across the world. Later on today, we'll be back to talk to more about coral, including how it gets its brilliant colors. Now, we're going to be switching gears now to do a little Q&A with some friends who are going to be joining us via Zoom. I'm being told that the students have prepared some questions for me to answer, and I hope I remember all my stuff. So, we'll see if they're ready. now joining us, we have Miss Lou's grade 4 class from Viola Desmond Public School in Milton, Ontario. Hello, everybody. And Ms. Coots, grade 3 class from Fieldcrest Elementary School in Bradford, Ontario. Hello, everybody. Might have to move my lettuce or I'm going to have a hard time seeing all you guys. I hope everybody's having a good day. How's everyone doing? Yes? Awesome. When you're scuba diving, we always give it a big okay symbol, because this means go up. So big okay if everyone's doing okay. I hope everybody's good. So, does everybody have a favorite part of the stream so far? Well, I hope so. I also hope that you guys have some great questions for me. I usually get a lot of the same ones, so I'm excited to see what you guys have in store.
Should I go ahead with that? Should I go? Does the coral reef you guys have at Ripley's do the same thing as the one in the wild?
Well, it's different, because, like I said a little bit earlier, our coral reef here is actually artificial. So the coral itself is not the same, but the fish use it the exact same way. They still use it for protection, for hiding, and to find others of their species. That said, we do have a very large coral tank that is absolutely real coral that we grew ourselves. That's the living coral tank with many of the same species in it. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later too, get some close-up videos. So in some ways it's the same, but in some ways it's kind of different. Thank you.
What's the lifespan of the fish?
I didn't quite catch that one. Can you say it again, buddy?
What's the lifespan of a fish?
The lifespan of the fish, that's a great question. So each different species has different lifespans. Generally, some of the larger ones that you're going to see can live 10, 12 years. Some of the smaller ones, more like 6, 7, 8 years is a little bit more reasonable. But it actually depends a lot. We get a lot of those questions about all of our different animals in the exhibit and in the aquarium. Warmer water species tend to live a little bit quicker. Colder water species tend to live a bit longer. But we do have some incredibly long-lived species here at the aquarium. Animals like our rockfish in the cold water kelp tank can live, in some cases, as much as 100 years or more. Green sea turtles known to live decades and decades as well. But these guys, yeah, about anywhere from 6 to 10 years is pretty reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is your favorite aquatic animal and why?
Oh my, that's a hard question. My favorite aquatic animal? I have to say, we have a peacock mantis shrimp, and it's probably my favorite. The peacock mantis shrimp, they're brilliantly colored. They're very large shrimp for their size. And if you know anything about them, they pack a punch as well. They have a punching claw that can break the sound barrier in some cases and really do some damage to their prey. I just think they're really cool animals. And I was always excited when I got to work with those. Other than that, I gotta say the sea turtles, because they're pretty fun.
Will some fish eat their own species?
How come fish eat their own species? Some do, but usually only when they're a different stage. So when fish hatch from eggs, or almost any species hatches from small eggs, they're incredibly small animals, and they're just free-floating around. There's not really a way to tell one animal from another when you're the type of species that preys on those things. You see the same thing happening with crabs or octopus after they hatch. But once they get larger, like the ones that you see here, they start to develop characteristics, they start to develop things about them that really can distinguish one from another. And even though they might look the same or be hard to tell apart for us, the differences between their little bands of yellows and blacks and blues and all these colors are the way that they tell each other apart and who is on the same team. So sometimes it does happen, but usually not once everybody is full size. Thank you.
Each species of fish. How do you identify each species of fish?
There's a number of different ways that you can identify different species of fish. It depends. The easiest thing is to know where they come from. So what part of the world, are they in salt water, are they in fresh water, things like that. Once you have that information, you can start to narrow it down by things like body shape. Things like these angelfish or butterfly fish, like this guy right here, they have a very round kind of a body, and that differentiates them from something that's a little longer, like one of these tangs. There's also some aspects that really kind of put these different guys into different groups. Tangs or surgeonfish have a sharp blade near the base of the tail. All of the ones in the same group all have that, so it's something that teaches them apart from some other animals. And in some cases, you have to do things like count the number of spines on the top or the bottom of their body. You can look at the shape of the tail. You can look at the shape of the fins. And of course, their colors as well. All of these different things can be used to tell one animal from apart from another. But often it's really very difficult. It's one of the hardest parts, is learning all the different animals here.
Can fish speak to each other with their own?
Can fish speak to each other? That's a good question. Some people are actually usually surprised to find out that a lot of different fish do make noises. You can get all kinds of things when you go into this tank. You can hear grunts, you can hear kind of grinding sounds. Some of them have second set of jaws that they'll use to grind together to make sounds. Others will make thumping noises. Our big groupers from the grouper exhibit basically growl like a dog. It's kind of crazy. But some of them do make noises like that. Others use non-verbal communication. So the way that they move, they're very sensitive to movement in the water. So how they display to each other, how they move and in relation to each other can also be a way to communicate. There's also some kinds of chemical signals that they can do in some cases. And some can even change their color. Depending on the time of year and depending on the fish, it can be pretty crazy how quickly they change color to try and communicate with each other. Either trying to find others of their type or their species, or to tell predators to leave them alone. So they can talk to each other, just not in the way that we do.
Can humans manipulate fish language?
Didn't catch that, sorry.
Like, can humans manipulate fish language?
Can humans manipulate fish language? Well, I'm not really good at it. Unfortunately, no Aquaman for me. But I think what people can do is use some of these color patterns and chemical cues to affect fish. So they kind of can in a roundabout way, but I don't think we're anywhere close to being able to talk to fish quite yet, as sad as that makes me.
How do you collect and bring the fish to Ripley's aquarium?
That's a good question. How do we select the fish? Well, we always want to choose fish that are first from the area that we're trying to display. So we're here at Rainbow Reef. We're trying to be like a tropical Indo-Pacific region. So out in the Indian Ocean and in the Southern Pacific Ocean near Australia. So we're only going to be choosing fish from that region when we try and add fish to this tank. Next, we want to make sure that all the fish get along with each other. There are a lot of different species that live in that area, but not all of them get along. Many of them eat each other or eat juvenile versions of each other. So you want to make sure you're not choosing animals that could hurt each other in the tank. You want everybody to get along. And lastly, you want to make sure that you're choosing animals that you have the proper care for. You want to make sure, like I said earlier, some animals that live on coral reefs actually eat the coral. So you don't want to choose animals that are going to be eating the artificial coral and not getting the nutrition that they need. So using those, we can kind of whittle down all the different species that live there and pick only things that we know are going to do great here at the aquarium.
How do fish adapt to the tank?
How do fish adapt to the tank? Well, I think it's pretty quick an adaptation because we are trying to mimic the environment that they would be in anyway. So in the wild, they would have they'd have a coral reef that they live on, whether it's on the top, the side, on the ocean side, things like that. And all you have to do is make sure that the conditions are as close as possible. We don't really have the fish adapt to the tank. We adapt the tank to the fish. Can we get some questions from Fieldcrest?
How much food do you feed in a day, and where does it come from?
How much food do we feed in a day, and where does it come from? Well, I think we usually do about 800 pounds of seafood in a week for the entire aquarium. It's hard to say each individual tank, but we do like to mix it up. So most of the food that we get actually just comes from restaurant suppliers. So the same food that you would be eating if you went to a restaurant in downtown Toronto is a lot of the same stuff that these guys would be getting as well. We need to make sure that it's sourced properly and that it's as fresh as possible for these guys. We do a lot of use some other individual things. We obviously have produce like this. Our turtles eat a lot of different veggies as well. Again, that comes from the same restaurant suppliers. Then we get into some kind of unusual things as well. We do have some live foods for things like our jellyfish. So in that case, we actually grow brine shrimp, tiny, tiny little shrimp that are alive to feed to the jellyfish because it's the most nutritious thing. So mostly restaurant supply, but then also some really weird specialty stuff that you only get in the aquarium world.
How do you clean the aquarium?
How do we clean the tank? That's a good question because it's one of the most important things. So we all have to do kind of three things for this tank to clean it because the water is always being cleaned and all the time. Water's pumped in, it goes out through skimmers, and then the water gets cleaned with our life support. But when we're in the tank as a scuba diver, we do cleanings of acrylic, the glass at the front, to make sure that everybody can see. We also will scrub some of this decor, the fake coral, because it's not real coral. It does get algae growing on it, and that makes it look not so cool. And we'll also even vacuum sometimes. We'll take a siphon, we'll take a pump, and clean the gravel at the bottom just to make sure that that's clean as well and that it's getting turned over properly. So it's actually quite a bit of work. We dive this tank several times a week just to make sure that it's looking as good as it can and to make sure it's properly clean for all the animals in it.
This is for my friend Zara. She can't be on social media. What happens when a carnivorous fish eats plants?
You want to know what happens when a carnivorous fish eats plants? Well, for the most part, it surprises people how many different species eat both plants and other animals. Even animals that are mostly going to eat vegetables or algae or plants will take meat if they're offered it or if they find it. So the answer is almost nothing will happen. In fact, it can be probably good for them. And in most species that you think of as carnivores, plants actually make up a small part of their diet anyway. They might get a small amount of nutrients from it that they're not getting from other places. So they'd be perfectly fine, and it may even be extra good for them.
What kind of fish went extinct thousands of years ago?
Too many to count. So there have been a number of big extinction events over the years, which has caused a large number of species to die off, unfortunately. So there are species that we don't even know about that were alive thousands of years ago. But there's also sometimes fish that we think about that we think are extinct but turn out not to be. Things like coelacanths, which exist in South America, are a very ancient type of fish that had many different types of species similar to them, and now there's only one left. That's oftentimes the only way that we know that these things even exist. We call them living fossils because animals like them just simply aren't around anymore. But in terms of how individual species, there's just too many to count. Just kind of unfortunate.
What different jobs are there at the aquarium? What do they do?
Sorry guys, I got time for one more question. Can you repeat that one?
What different jobs are there at the aquarium? What do they do?
What different jobs are there at the aquarium? Well, there's quite a number. And a lot of them people don't even realize. So I'm in the husbandry department. We take care of the animals. We have divers and we have biologists that are our aquarist team. But there's also people that do everything from the marketing and the information technology, the IT people that help put up this stream today. We have people that work on the all the pumps and all the life support equipment. We have people doing security. There's a ton of different jobs at the aquarium, and it's very interesting. It takes a huge number of people with a lot of different skills to make everything happen. I just have the best job, so. All right, guys. I think unfortunately that's all the time we have, but I really appreciate getting to talk to you guys today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your great questions. I hope you learned something, and we hope to see you at the aquarium soon. Bye, guys.
That's a good
Oh.
question.
Looks like I am actually getting close to my time now. I've been having a lot of fun talking with you all about the aquarium, our animals, and the aquatic animals in the wild. Now, if you've been enjoying our show so far, don't worry, we'll have plenty more to come. In a moment, Cam up there will be joining us to take over for the next few segments. And this is one of my things I've been looking forward to personally. Oh, officially handing it off.
Awesome job, Kevin.
And I will see everybody soon.
I am so excited to be down here. Let me just put that down. That's a little surprise for later. Thanks so much, Kevin. He did an awesome job. Everyone make sure to give him some love in the chat. That'd be great. I love being able to feed the fish and hear the lettuce. It's one of my favorite jobs. I have quite a few though. It's really awesome to watch all the fish as they enjoy. Now, as Kevin mentioned, my name is Cam, and I'm a diver here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. I've been working at the aquarium for 4.5 years. I love my job. I love to be able to dive, and every day I learn something new. There is so much to see around here. There's so much diversity, whether we are talking about in the exhibits or coming to visit us here. It's fantastic. Since the exhibits are so diverse, each task and dive comes with its own unique challenges. And I love working with the team to work through those challenges and get the job done. I love being able to work with all of our animals as well. Hi, Snookums. In Ray Bay, I get to go in and feed the rays. Now, there's a rough tail in there we've called Super Ray. And he's a bit of a grandpa in the tank. If you ever come here to visit, you'll notice him. He keeps his tail straight up, and he likes to hang out in the back in his man cave. Now, when I go to give him some food, it's time for everybody else to eat. I know if I lay down, he will come gliding over his favorite rocks and come down like an airplane to a perfect landing just inches away from my face. I'll give him his food, and I absolutely love being his dinner companion. We have in Ray Bay a fantastic touch exhibit, and it is wonderful. That is where Super Ray lives, but we also have 3 other species of rays in that tank. We invite people to come to touch the rays in that tank and to learn and to see how misunderstood they can be. The rays are actually very gentle creatures, and we love for everybody to see that. Hi, everybody with your nice hats. Thanks for coming to celebrate with us. One of my other favorite things is to be able to go in the grouper grotto. I love those giant couch potatoes. They are fantastic. The bottom of their tank is made up with some crushed shells, and they absolutely adore it. When you take the shells, you lift them up, and you give them a little shake. We call it a shell bath. Now what that does is it lands on the back of their neck, and for them it gives them a nice little massage. And when we're down there doing that, they will line up one after another to wait for their turn at basically like a car wash. It's fantastic. Now you'll be learning a little bit more about all those different tanks like the Stingrays in Ray Bay and how we feed them with Francis. And you'll be learning more about the groupers and all the various different animals as we go along today. But right now, let's get to this part in our segment. I'm so excited to see who's coming in and to see who's going to win. We have coming up a pumpkin carving competition. That's right. You heard correctly. We're going to be carving pumpkins, but not out of the water, in the water. So it's time to get the fun part started. 2 people are going to be joining us in this tank. We have Michael, who is a senior aquarist here. Michael deals with the sea dragons, he deals with the axolotls, and he loves long walks on the beach. Now Olivia is one of our divers here. She loves our Bermuda chub, Chubby Chubberston, in Ray Bay, and she's also working towards her dive master. We are so very proud of her. She likes singing in the rain. Also, does anyone else enjoy pina coladas? So now they are going to come down and you can see, here we go. We have Olivia here and Michael over here. And they are going to be doing a friendly pumpkin carving. We are just going to make sure that everybody can see what they're doing. And we're going to get them to shake hands before they start. So now, we've been doing pumpkin carvings here, as a lot of our people would know when you pay tune on our social media. We've been doing a lot of pumpkin carvings here just before Halloween. We have a little friendly competition, and then we invite all the people who are viewing to vote on who's done the best pumpkin. You can see also how excited some of the fish, including the puffers that Kevin talked about, how excited they are to see them. That was classic Kevin. All right, we have Olivia over here. We have Michael. I'm going to have him come in just a little bit this way, so he can be over a little bit so you can see him. There we go. And come forward just a bit. Right about there. Now, let me tell you that they've been able to empty out their pumpkins ahead of time just because all the seeds and the guts would kind of make it a little messy and you wouldn't be able to see the divers. So they've been able to do that, and they've taken the lids off. However, everything else that they carve will be going into the tank. And the fish are excited because they love this time of year. They get a super pumpkin treat. It's fantastic. So, not a lot of rules to this. They each have brought down their own carving utensils that are safe for the tank. They will have been able to stencil on their pumpkins a little design. And other than that, they will have 25 minutes to carve the pumpkin. And then we will call a stop to it and we'll present the pumpkins for everyone to be able to see. All right, so I think we're getting pretty close to being ready. Are you okay? Olivia's okay. Are you okay? Michael's okay. You'll get to learn a lot about our hand signals that we do as divers as well, because not everyone gets to communicate with this fantastic mask. All right, if you guys are ready, we're going to do a little bit of a countdown. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go! Start your pumpkins. Now, I mentioned that not everyone can talk like this. I'm wearing a fantastic mask that allows me not only to talk to you guys out there, but also to talk to our visitors here today at Ripley's who have come to help celebrate our birthday. And we say hi to all of you. Hi there. We have some particularly cute little guests today. Yes, we do. Now, the fun thing about carving a pumpkin underwater is pumpkins happen to be pretty buoyant. So you'll notice they have to hang on to these ones pretty tight because otherwise you're going to see a pumpkin pop to the surface. We still might see that. There's lots of time. I get to see a sneak peek before everyone at their design choices. It's pretty interesting what we've got going on here. I'm not going to reveal whether they've chose to go the traditional route or whether they're going a little bit more Ripley's themed. We will find out in the end. You'll notice sometimes it can be a little interesting in here to get some private space. The fish don't really believe in that. You might also, if you pay attention, notice we call this the most dangerous tank for divers. The reason for that is that guy who just went in the front. Our batfish. They tend to really love giving a little tug on the diver's hair. So every once in a while, you'll see one of the divers look around to see who's trying to get their attention, and they will see a batfish staring right at them. As the pieces of pumpkin go moving through, you'll notice that the fish are getting a tasty treat. They really love it. We have some of our favorites in here. And a little later on, Ben's going to go over some of the different fish that we have. We have a couple, though. We have Larry, one of our puffer fish, who might swim by every once in a while. He's pretty cute. Hi, guys. One of the great things about Halloween here at Ripley's is we have an event called Dark Waters. Now, Dark Waters is coming up a week Friday, and if you haven't got your tickets, you really should. They go all out here, and everybody who comes dresses up, and it looks fantastic. We also invite you, if you're coming here on Halloween, to come dressed in costume. A lot of our staff will be doing that as well. They're looking pretty intent on carving. Michael's got a little bit more of a slicing out, where Olivia's doing a little bit more of a stencil-y type thing. They're doing pretty good on time, I think. Let's see how that will work. In some of our later segments, including right after me, we have Dave coming up, and he's going to talk about sharks, and that'll be phenomenal. A lot of people, when they come here, it's the sharks they want to see, and he's the one who knows all about them. Hello, Mr. Puffer. You might notice that I'm attached to a line. That's how you get to hear my voice through your speakers. With Olivia and Michael, they don't need to be talking, they need to focus on carving. But that doesn't mean that they can't communicate. So as divers, we have a lot of hand signals that we use under the water to let people know what we want to do. Whether we want to go up, down, change our pace, whether we're feeling good, whether we're feeling cold, all those sorts of things. But in this tank, we don't need to worry about feeling cold. It's super balmy. Now every time I come in here, it's like I get to go on a little tropical holiday. Look at how beautiful they all are. Kevin was feeding them the lettuce earlier, and as I mentioned, I really like to do that job. What I do when we start getting a little bit further down to the end bits of the lettuce is I come over to our brain coral here. And because our brain coral happens to be artificial in this tank, I'm able to use it like a cheese grater and grate up the lettuce into little fine pieces. As it flies through the air, all the smaller fish come around to gather their little bite-sized pieces as well. With the coral being artificial in here, it's great for divers because we don't have to worry about bumping into it, like right now. But it's also fantastic here to go and see the living coral exhibit. That exhibit is spectacular. If you stand there for a little bit, it looks like everything is stationary, and then all of a sudden, you'll see the whole coral exhibit come to life. You'll see the subtle movements, you'll see the breathing, you'll see all the fish that are living in there. Hello, I see you, you orange spotted spinefoot. There are over 100 different species in here, and every time I'm in this tank, I see somebody new. Or get reacquainted with an old friend. Hi, Puffer. Hi, honey. Michael's busy checking out Olivia's technique and working away. He's going back to slicing. Olivia's finessing her design as she goes. This should be quite fun. We'll have to check in and see how much time they have left. In the meantime, I hope you guys join us for the rest of this. We have, as I mentioned, Francis coming in to talk about diving and talking about the turtles. For those of you who haven't been here in a while, we now have 3 green sea turtles, and there's quite a story behind our third one, Skuna. She's beautiful, she's lovely, Cass looks after her, and Francis will tell you more about her. Did you get a good spot there? A nice good bite. That's good. Hi guys. For anyone who who is a fan of being in the water, even those who aren't, I would highly recommend doing a try diving course. To try scuba diving one time, at least in a pool, so you can have this experience. Being able to go underwater, various different places in the world, and see things that a lot of others don't get to see is quite fantastic. I myself do a lot of diving here in Ontario. I'm part of one of the many clubs we have, and we get to go and see all the beautiful things that are around. Our waters are freshwater waters, and so that means a lot of wrecks are preserved because it's colder water. So when I go diving here, whether it's in Brockville or Rockport or Tobermory or anywhere around, I get to go dive on wrecks sometimes that are over 100 years old. The history that lives in our waters in Ontario is amazing. So I would highly recommend it. There's also some really cool quarries to go diving in. Just the other week, we went diving down in Windmill, and I got to see freshwater jellyfish for the first time. Those kind of discoveries are amazing and things that I will remember forever. This guy right here, he's a unicorn fish. Without his little unicorn, he's always super friendly, and I call him Snookums. He's my favorite. He's now checking out Michael's carving too. This is going to be quite interesting. These are two totally different pumpkins. Completely different ideas. I know a lot of people when they come here, when they get to this tank, they love to see Dory. We also have Nemo, but they kind of hang back at the top. We have another tank that's filled with Nemos. Something to remember when you look at these guys' pumpkins. Hello. Hi there, honey. Hi, guys. On any day, if you come by the aquarium, you'll be able to see the divers in water. We do feeds in Ray Bay every day at 11:15 and at 2:15. And you get to see how fantastic they are. These guys are working away hard. Michael's now started in on the scraping technique. Olivia's continuing with that. And we have a switching tools. It's going to be quite interesting to see. For anyone of thinking coming by today to visit us, we are still celebrating our birthday, obviously. And tonight we'll be having, oh, hello. The aquarium will be open, and we will be having the celebrations go on well into the evening. Hi, bud. We have a couple new exhibits here at the aquarium. We have our cat chain sharks. They are pretty neat. They're up top beside the lobsters. Now, a lot of times people come in and ask to see the lobsters. They've heard that we have an orange lobster. that only 1 in 30 million lobsters are orange, and we are very fortunate to have one. If you follow our social media feeds, you'll know the story of how that lobster came here. We'll have somebody talking about lobsters a little later on in our program. Now, the interesting thing about this mask is people can talk to me, and as long as it's loud enough, I'll be able to hear it. As I mentioned before, we get to dress up here for Halloween. I was really lucky a couple years ago. My niece, Alessandra, actually had a great costume that I was able to borrow. And so I came dressed up here as a big inflatable Patrick, the starfish. Oh, you guys have got a nice piece now. Here we go. That was pretty good. But I have to tell you, in an inflatable costume, it's kind of hard to see where you're going. I had to have a couple people walk me around. So perhaps this year I might pick a costume that's a little less bulky. All right, these guys have got 10 minutes left. They're doing pretty good. I'm going to let them know that they've got 10 minutes left. All right, they've got it. They know. We're going to try getting this piece. It's a little clue to Michael's pumpkin. We're going to see if anybody's interested in having a little snack here. There we go. You see our clown triggerfish there deciding if he thinks he'd like some pumpkin? He thinks no, he had enough when Kevin gave him the lettuce. But our orange spotted spinefish has decided that it likes that better than yanking on my hair. Hello, Snookums, have another bite. We're really looking forward to doing this. These guys get a super treat. But we also like looking forward to Halloween for all the little treats. I, myself, am partial to chocolate. So I'm looking forward to having a little bit of that. The problem with that is you get one little chocolate bar and you just want another little chocolate bar and another little chocolate bar. Hello. They seem to really be loving eating the pumpkin. There we go. You know, a lot of people, especially when I'm diving in Ontario, when they find out that I dive here, they want to know my favorite tanks to dive in. It's really hard for me to say. I have so many different things that I get to do. I go in the tank where the Pacific nettles are, and that's quite an interesting tank with all its changing colors. Being in with the rays every day, though, is fantastic. They are super gentle, and we get to know all of their personalities. Believe it or not, everything that lives here at the aquarium, they all do have their likes and dislikes. They have their habits. They have their different behaviors. And everybody on the team gets to know and learn all about them. I also, of course, as I mentioned, really like going in to see the groupers. Sometimes people miss that when they're going through. They're so busy looking at the sharks in Dangerous Lagoon. But you really need to make sure you check out the grouper grotto. They are fantastic and they are big. And when we go in there, they are just as calm as anything. It's really been fun getting to prepare for this. There are so many people who have put in a lot of work for this program today that I hope they feel very proud with all their efforts. This is not an easy thing to do. Now I'm going to give these guys their 5-minute warning. And away they're going. Here we go, guys. They still have a little bit of carving to do, so we'll see how we're going. Oh, that was a good piece. Our pufferfish is deciding if he likes pumpkin or not. He's been taking it in and out, and he's decided, yes, in fact, he does. He does. He kind of ate that like our rays. Hi there. You can see we're getting more and more of the fish here as more of the little bits of the pumpkin start to come out now. Oh, Olivia's making good progress. It's looking pretty good. Michael's got a close helper. Very nice. I'm not sure, but I think the fish have already started in their judging. They've just got a couple more minutes now, and then they'll have to put their tools down. Or in this case, they'll put them inside the pumpkins, and then we'll do the big reveal. This is going to be pretty exciting. They've just got a couple minutes left. If you're one of our regular pass holders to come to the aquarium, We know there's a few people who like to come and sit in front of Rainbow. They love to just watch. Oh, you still have 2 minutes, Olivia. 2 minutes. They're getting close. All right, guys, you have 1 minute. 1 minute. Super exciting. All right, guys, everybody out there, it's about 30 seconds left. Hi there. Oh, we have a lot of people here at the aquarium today who are also going to be judging. You have 15 seconds. All right, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. You guys are done. All right, we'll ask you to put your tools inside. Perfect. So we're going to set up our pumpkins. After I collect all the tools and get ready for it and turn it around, here we go. Pretty cool. Let's see, Michaels. Oh, that's an awesome job. There's so many fish in front, but you can tell. He did a lanterner angler fish. That's pretty cool. And then with Olivia's, she's going to turn it around. And you know how I said people love Finding Nemo? She has carved Darla, hanging on to her fish in a plastic bag. That's pretty amazing and inventive. All right, guys. These are super fun. But we've got to be able to pick a winner. Luckily, that's not up to me. So in a moment, we're going to ask you guys to vote. We'll ask you to put an emoji or a word in the live stream chat. And you can let us know who you think should win. The voting won't count until I say start, so just hang on until I go through the instructions. Now Olivia, with her Darla and the fish in a bag from Finding Nemo, if you want her to win, then in the live stream chat, put a ghost emoji or write the word ghost. If you like Michael's pumpkin, the awesome angler, the lanternfish, then put a jack-o'-lantern emoji in the chat or write pumpkin. We're going to open up the voting for 3 minutes, so there's no rush. You can take a moment to judge and decide, but make sure to get those votes in. Just take a look at the handiwork on these guys. They're fantastic. When you're ready, let us know who you think deserves to win by putting in the emoji. Again, for Olivia, it's a ghost. For Michaels, it's a pumpkin. Our team behind the scenes will keep a close eye on the chat and tally up your votes. All right. Are you ready? Start voting now. Remember, you've got 3 minutes, so get those votes in. Our fish are checking them out to see how much they like them. I think they like the carving part where the pumpkin's flying through the air. These are pretty inventive. If you come by just at Halloween time, you'll be able to see more pumpkins, as a lot of the team likes to carve them and put them in as treats in the other exhibits as well. Every year it's pretty fun to see our octopus take a hold and start hugging their very own pumpkin. Pratt might do one for him this year. There are just 2 minutes left to vote, guys, so please get your votes in. Remember, for Darla, with her fish in the bag, and Olivia, you put a ghost or write the word ghost. For Michael, for his lanternfish, anglerfish, you will use a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern. I have to say I'm impressed with both of them. I'm pretty glad that I don't have to be the one who has to decide. They both look awesome. I think everybody's getting a good view. We'll get Olivia's to come up a little bit higher. There we go. There we go. We've got 1 minute left, guys. Don't forget, these guys have put a lot of effort in these pumpkins. Make sure you please vote. We've got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds left in this. And then we will take a few minutes to tally up our votes. Make sure you get those votes in. These guys get bragging rights here, so it's nice for somebody to be able to have a clear-cut winner. We've got 10 seconds. And time is up. All right. So everybody, we're now going to wait and tally up the votes. Good job. Good job. Give each other a handshake. And there we go. It's super exciting. We are going to wait. In the meantime, I'm going to put a few of these tools back inside so I do not lose them. There we go. We'll put those back inside. I think they're both fantastic. We're just going to wait for the team to tally the votes. We're going to say hi to a few people who have come here in person. Hello. Hi. We could be all day in this tank. It's so nice and warm. Just while we wait, take a look at the pumpkins again. That's fantastic. I think we're at that time. Let me show you. I happen to bring something with me. Just had this tucked in. It's a nice little trophy for our winner. You guys ready? And I'm just going to double check again who our winner is. Our winner is Michael. Michael wins. There we go. Michael is the winner. Here we go. Well, now we'll have to listen to him for days. He's done an excellent job. There we go. It's fantastic. There we go. Good job. Nicely done. That's fantastic. Did you see the trophy? Looks pretty good. We're going to have to get Michael's name on here. Pretty nice. Thank you, everybody, for participating. It's so much fun. Now, Olivia and Michael are going to head to the top. It's their time to say bye-bye. And they're going to take their pumpkins and show them off to everyone on the team. Well, that was a lot of fun. I love a healthy dose of competition to shake things up sometimes. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you to everyone who tuned in and cheered on our divers as they carved away. And thank you to everyone who participated in voting. In a moment, I'm going to hand things over to Dave. David will be showing you a segment that teaches you all about how we prepare and feed some of the animals, before having a chat with the animal's veterinarian, Dr. LePage. Fun facts about David: a large part of his role at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada is overseeing the animal care of our largest exhibit, Dangerous Lagoon. So he's the perfect person to talk to you all about our sharks. Hi, Dave. Come on in. Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
Thanks, Cam. Well, that was exciting, everyone. I know it's October, so we're all really excited for Halloween. Seemed like a pretty close competition. I was trying to watch as much as I could from up top, appreciate all that great artistic strategy that both those two fierce competitors were doing. All right, now with that said, I'm excited to keep the fun going over the next little bit. As Cam mentioned, my name is David. So I'm curator in the animal care department here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. As of this past spring, I've actually now worked here for just over 8 years, so I'm a bit of an old man, I guess you could say. One of my absolute favorite parts of the job here is, well, exactly what I'm doing right now. And that is diving in the exhibits. Now, I will admit, my favorite exhibit to dive in is actually the one that I directly oversee, and that's known as Dangerous Lagoon. In fact, it's right over there for anyone who's in the building watching right now. So when it comes to managing and maintaining Dangerous Lagoon, one of the bigger jobs is cleaning. As you can imagine, and this is actually another example right here, large exhibits, the only real way to clean them is to get inside. To get inside, to scrub, to vacuum, and to do everything that we need to keep the water pristine for those animals. Dangerous Lagoon is our largest exhibit here at the aquarium, so it's just shy of 2.9 million liters of water. So as you can imagine, an exhibit that big, that's a lot of square meters that you're going to have to cover. So it takes a large team of dedicated and extremely hard-working aquarists to make sure that everything is clean for the animals and as pristine as possible. As you can imagine, it's all right. When you dive the exhibit, whether it's cleaning, to observe animals, you're going to get a lot of hands-on experience, or at least you're going to get real close to a lot of the large animals in that exhibit. So part of my job is actually going to be working closely with our veterinarian, so Dr. LePage. We're actually going to get to chat with in a little bit, as well as planning and preparing to feed the animals in the exhibit, among another kind of a long list of other exhibit maintenance things such as testing and maintaining water quality, and observing animal behavior, as well as performing animal welfare assessments, because you want to make sure everything's going well with the life support, the water, but of course you got to directly monitor the animals themselves. All right, so that kind of brings me to our next segment, my first segment. And that's, we're going to take a look behind the scenes and give you a sneak peek at what goes into planning and executing a feed, especially in a large exhibit such as Dangerous Lagoon with multiple species, because we want to make sure all the animals in there have safe access to food. So it's more than just taking some food out of a fridge, some fish, forgive me, and throwing it into the tank, as I'm sure most of you can imagine. When it comes to each animal, we have to carefully consider their natural history, as well as their environment they would live in and what they would eat in the wild. So we want to make sure we're tailoring those diets to their specific needs in order to make sure that those animals can thrive. So let's take a look. You might see some familiar faces, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
My name is David. I'm curator here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Whenever you're looking at designing your diet for a given animal, first thing you look into is, well, what do they eat in the wild? You do try and match it as closely as possible.
Hi, I'm Cam. I'm one of the divers here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. So the divers are responsible for prepping the food for the two largest tanks in the aquarium, so that would be Ray Bay and then Dangerous Lagoon. Before we get in, we would make sure that all the food is prepped. So we divide things out and portion it out.
If you were to do it by yourself, it takes about 2.5 hours on a full feed day. But we're looking at an hour plus if we're just talking about Dangerous Lagoon. Because this is a multi-species tank, all the animals have to be on kind of unique diets. Most of the animals on here are a fish-heavy diet. Big things with designing a diet as well are variety. So animals can become fixated on a few food items. So they might like mahi better than anything else. If you only feed them mahi, they might get stuck on it. In addition to that, mahi is a very lean protein. A lot of it involves finely chopping the food because, well, if we were to just prep food for sharks, that's easy. Bigger animals, bigger mouths, bigger pieces, but unfortunately we have to make sure we cater the size of our pieces to all the animals in here. And if you have a snapper that's that big, that's easy, but if you have a little sergeant major that's big, well, you have to cut the food up quite a bit finer. Well, now you do have to take some other things into consideration. The big one here is most of our food is from frozen. So what happens with frozen food? Whenever you thaw that food, you're going to lose a proportion of any water-soluble nutrients. So in addition to the actual food we give them, we do offer daily vitamin supplementation. In the case of the sharks and the turtles, they do have specifically designed vitamins unique to those particular animals, and we do have liquid supplements as well. There's this tendency to be so terrified of underfeeding your animals, you actually go a little too far the other direction. So it's not just the physical act of feeding. Having the team, as you can imagine, it's difficult to feed grunts separately from tarpon separately from turtles. So the first thing that goes into feeding this tank is you need a large team. Usually whenever we coordinate a big feed, we're looking at anywhere from 6 to 7 people minimum feeding the animals. You also want to record what they're eating, but pay attention to body condition. There could be something going wrong with an animal. You see it eat a lot, you're like, oh, it must be acting normally, but it continues to lose weight. So in a case like that, you start to look into, well, what's going on the inside? And that's why we have veterinary staff that also has an input in our diet development as well as any of the supplements we give. The sharks, they're younger now, so yes, they are eating more, but when they get older, they'll be offered food 3 times a week. They might only eat once, twice. They can go prolonged periods without eating, and likewise, they can have periods where all they want to do is eat. The big feeds are 3 times a week. Go Tuesday at 1 p.m., Thursday at 1 p.m., as well as Saturday at 1 p.m. In terms of publicly posted times, there is a Thursday feed at 1 p.m. that is posted. So that is done as an Aquarius talk, so we'll also have a staff member, if not myself, someone else in the tunnel who can explain not only what the sharks are eating, how we feed them, but answer any and all questions about general shark as well as fish biology.
All right, so we're going to go ahead with our next segment, and this is going to involve talking to our veterinarian. So when it comes to developing the animals' diets, maintaining their health, here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, our animal care team will work very closely with our veterinarian. So now, if you have ever wondered what it is like to be a vet at a large public aquarium like ours, or what kind of background you need, training, education in order to do that job, well, you're in luck. So our next guest that we will be chatting with will be our animal veterinarian, Dr. LePage. So Dr. LePage is the vet, like I mentioned, who works closely with our team here in husbandry to evaluate the animal's health, plan their nutrition, and handle any concerns that our staff flags for her. She's worked here at the aquarium since open, and we're very lucky to have her here. So Dr. LePage is a leading authority on aquatic animal medicine here in Ontario, in Canada, really. She has developed that's a good plug. She has developed teaching programs for veterinarians, technicians, as well as veterinary students in aquaculture, pet care, so the hobbyist industry too, and of course aquarium medicine. So those of us who work on the husbandry team get to know her really well. So she often visits at least 2 times a week. I think she's actually in for 4 this week. She's also on call at all times. And when I say at all times, I mean that extremely literally. So Dr. LePage is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Title 50 certifying official. So this enables her to give the credentials to provide health certificates for our animals that might need to travel to the U.S. When she's not completing one of her regular visits or coming by to chat to me while I'm diving in an exhibit, or of course standing by her phone 24/7, which is, again, I mean that extremely literally. She's also working, or she used to work as the animal pathologist at the Animal Health Laboratory at University of Guelph, where she is still an adjunct professor. So, without further ado, we're all very happy here today to be able to welcome Dr. LePage. It's nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dave, for the generous introduction. It is nice to see you today as well.
All right, yes. I know I look a little different. I have most of my face obstructed, but I swear this is in fact me. All right. So without further ado, we'll get started on the first question. We'll start kind of broad. What inspired you to become a veterinarian, with specific reference to why you want to specialize, or why you currently specialize in aquatic animal medicine?
Well, why I wanted to become a veterinarian, really, I have always loved to work with and be around animals my whole life, specifically with aquatic animals. I was raised on the East Coast in New Brunswick, and so I've always had a fascination and an admiration for marine life. And over time, my experiences at university, leading my way through veterinary medicine, have kind of led me to the aquatic animal industry as I pursued things that were interesting, whether it was a summer job in research in an aquaculture lab, and then moving on to some post-secondary studies at university. But really, ultimately, it's the fascination with the animals and the fact that early on in my career, I thought that these animals in veterinary medicine seemed to not maybe get as much attention in veterinary medicine, and so I've always had a bit of a soft spot for the underdogs. And to me, I perceived aquatics kind of as that in veterinary medicine at that time.
Nice. A lovely answer for sure. All right, moving on. So obviously there's going to be unique challenges with treating aquatic animals. Can you discuss some of those challenges as it relates to the care of dry land animals?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, it's one of the great things about my job. I do love a challenge. I love to be challenged every day. I do like variety. And so aquatics, medicine in general provides that, but even more so in aquatics. So when working with animals in the water. Some of the challenges would include things like considerations for anesthesia. So when you bring that up in conversation with people and you talk about having to sedate your animals, then people start wondering, well, since they can't breathe air, the anesthesia, how do we do that? As you know well, Dave, we do provide anesthesia in the water itself, since that's the means or the medium by which the animals are breathing. So that's a unique challenge for us, is to actually have the anesthesia in the water. Other things with aquatic animals that are challenging would include kind of maneuvering or even getting the animals to come up for exams, for me to examine them. And so obviously capture methods while minimizing stress on the animals are always an interesting challenge, and one we're always up for. And I think those means and methods are improving over time. There are a number of things that are quite similar, though, that I wanted to touch on that are quite interesting. So something like ultrasound, which the waves travel super well underwater, we actually have a nice advantage with aquatic animals in that ultrasound travels well in water. And so working with our animals in water with our ultrasound works really nicely. A lot of other things that we utilize, like x-rays and endoscopy, are quite similar, so not necessarily any different than we would have for land animals. So those are just some of the few off the top of my head.
Nice. A very thorough answer. All right. Next question. What does your role as the lead veterinarian at the aquarium entail on a day-to-day basis?
So daily, what we usually do is that we have an appointment list. And so all of our animal care providers here, our aquarists, our husbandry team, who care for each animal on exhibit, will bring up these appointments. So if they have a concern with their animals, for example, they would like me to have a look at our giant Pacific octopus because he has a lesion, or there's some appetite changes in a damselfish, or if there's anything like that on exhibit, they will put it on the list. So they're asked and prompted ahead of my visit to see if there are any health concerns. And then I come in the morning. We're usually in by 6:30, 7 o'clock before we open, so that we're able to sort out a few things where we have to be at the front of house here before we open. And so we'll go through the appointment list and then address whichever concerns are ahead of time. So those would be the generalized problem list. In addition to that, we usually have our physicals, which I know we may touch on a little bit later. And so we have some scheduled appointments. So whether or not the animal even has an issue, we do have a look at them on a regular interval. And so those will also be placed on the list if it's the appropriate time for that. And so we can do anything from just a discussion with the aquarist, a concern about animal welfare, or it could be a procedure itself, like a surgery or ultrasound, endoscopy, x-rays. It could also be having some meetings and addressing some nutritional concerns with the team as we have new additions or changes in life stages with the animals. So really quite the varied day. It's certainly not a monotonous or a boring day.
Well, it's always important to make sure things aren't boring. All right, next question. Do you have a favorite animal to see and to treat?
I get that question asked so often, and I think my answer is no. It changes on a daily basis, I think, depending on what I'm working with. Most of the animals I absolutely love to work with. They're always interesting, very charismatic. Our sea turtles are always great to work with. I love working with our sharks. A lot of our cephalopods, our octo and cuttles are very interesting species to work with. So I like working with different animals for different reasons. Some of them are a bit more challenging as far as the behavioral aspect goes. Some of them have more interesting challenge as far as their health concerns go. And some are just plain adorable. So really, it's, I think I could name every animal in here and find a reason why I like to see them or treat them.
I knew you were going to mention turtles. I was just waiting to see if you said sharks. Turtles was obviously going to happen. All right. I'm very shark-centric, by the way. Next question. Can you tell me about the preventative healthcare measures you take for the animals?
Yeah, absolutely. We ultimately, it changes for every animal. So we have adaptive protocols for each species, or at least each category of species. And what it comes down to ultimately is quarantine. And so when we introduce new animals, we have quarantine measures for them, which prevents outbreaks in our new population or movement from one exhibit to another. Other preventative measures that we take would include something like our yearly physicals. So we pull most of our elasmobranchs, ranks, so sharks and rays, every year at specific intervals to basically do a physical exam. Sea turtles are also on that list. We have a number of other animals as well that we will pull at very specific intervals. The interval at which we will pull those animals and what we do will really depend on the need of the animal itself, how amenable it is to capture, because we also have to balance the animal's welfare as well as the stress that we place on them potentially for the physical exam itself. So yeah, preventative measures, a lot of things we do, like I said, quarantine, physical exams, things like diet and optimal environmental conditions, which we may go into a little bit later, but assessing all of these things to optimize their health. So if they have good nutrition, behaviorally, if they're able to exhibit all of these natural behaviors. So you mentioned earlier that we try to mimic their natural diet. We also try and mimic their natural environment and the things that they need in their environment for good health, like nesting, for example, during mating periods. If there are different animals, we try to provide different enclosures and places for them to hide if that's something that they normally would do in the wild. So that's some of the things that we have on our radar as far as preventative measures in order to basically avoid disease problems in our animals.
Nice. All right. Next question. What kind of specialized equipment and facilities are necessary for treating marine animals?
I think the specialty mostly lies in the holding of the animals, if I'm honest. So obviously the environment that they're in is the primary kind of difference between what you would see in other mammals and keeping other animals. When it comes to facilities for treating these animals, a lot of what we have are relatively standard. So we'll have a laboratory where we can perform blood draws, where we can take measurements, where we can weigh our animals. So the standard yearly kind of physical procedures that we will do. We also have the capacity for things like X-ray and ultrasound and endoscopy in order to maintain the health of our animals. But those are all, again, standard equipment that we will have in other facilities. As far as something highly specialized, I think the main thing that comes to mind for me is our surgical table. So we had to build that from scratch. We can't use the regular machines that they use for mammals for inhalational anesthesia, meaning like the standard mask with the gas. So we had to build our machine with basically bins that can hold water that have our anesthetic. And there's a table that can hold water, but that can also continuously flow it over the gills of whatever animals that we are putting under anesthesia. So just quickly, gills are basically the apparatus or the organ that the majority of our animals use for respiration or breathing, as opposed to lungs in mammals and avians and reptiles. So we had to design this particular machine. So again, it allows us to keep the animal moist and flow water with anesthetic over their gills. And again, we've built this thing from scratch with various parts and piping, and it works great. It works great for us, and that would definitely be kind of the most specialized thing I think that we have on site for our animals.
Excellent. All right, is there a particular memorable story from your time working with these animals and or the team here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada?
Of course. Well, there are many. Yeah, there are so many. We've had, I've been here since the very beginning, so there are a lot of memories of the excitement of having all of our animals come in early on and arriving at the facility, as well as arriving at our quarantine facility. One in particular, I guess, that has a very happy ending would be our sea turtle spot, which is, I think, why our sea turtles come up in being amongst the favorites for some of our aquarists. She had been quite ill at one point and had some difficulty with respiration and skin problems, and so we ended up having to bring her all the way over to University of Guelph, where we had to put her through an MRI machine. And she was quite sick at the time. We had her on IV fluids on transit in a vehicle. Ended up figuring out what the problem was. We brought her back. She actually had even a tube for feeding at that point because she wasn't eating. So things were, touch and go, and everyone was quite worried for her. But ultimately, the treatments did work out, and she's in the clear, and you can actually find her swimming around in Dangerous Lagoon today. And I can very clearly remember the day where we removed her esophagostomy tube, which is a tube she had for feeding, as well as the day that we eventually released her back on exhibit with all of her friends in the tank. And I vividly remember kind of swimming out and everyone just being so elated, and having all the fish come out and greet her and to groom her as she landed back on exhibit in her home.
Yeah, that was a pretty intense moment, or well, more than a moment, a pretty stressful but very rewarding period for us in the husbandry team as well.
Absolutely.
All right, final question. What advice would you give to someone who's aspiring to work in the field of aquatic animal medicine?
Well, I think it would be the same advice that I would give to anyone considering any career, which is, do your research, put yourself out there. If there are conferences or volunteering options for you to be able to experience the job, do so. A lot of jobs that we see are absolutely, fantastic, but they have their ups and downs. They have some significant challenges and some equal highs and ups. But you want to be able to experience the whole spectrum of any job that you're going out to see whether or not this is something that you truly want to do. Find out what it takes to get to that place. What degrees does it take? And again, the exposure to the career itself, working alongside shadowing a veterinarian or going to a conference or even getting a research job in a lab where you can experience the backside of that job. What are the things that are missing in that career? What type of research and where are the gaps in that area of the career? And getting yourself out in that world and exploring those people and that job. Before you kind of lend yourself to,
long-term investment as far as time and education. Exposing yourself to that career beforehand is definitely the ultimate advice that I have.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have right now with Dr. LePage, so we'd like to thank you again for coming to chat to me specifically, not Ben or Michael, but with David, for taking the time to join us and answer some of our questions.
Thank you, Dave.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, wasn't that fun? It's always good to see her. She's a big part of the team. All right. All right, so I mentioned that I oversee the exhibit Dangerous Lagoon earlier. Well, Dangerous Lagoon is our large shark exhibit, so I'd like to go over and talk a little bit about some of those wonderful animals with you. All right, so let's begin by just going over the fact that sharks is an extremely diverse group of animals. There are over 500 types of sharks in the world, and here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, we have a handful of different species from all over the globe that we'll be focusing on today. So in Dangerous Lagoon, which is just to my left, we have lemon sharks, nurse sharks, and a recently added sand tiger shark. In Ray Bay, we have bonnethead sharks. Then in Shark Reef, which would just be just around the corner from me right now, we have black tip reef sharks, white tip reef sharks, zebra sharks, tasseled wobbegong, as well as a couple other smaller species as well. So even though there are so many different species of sharks, a lot of sharks will do some certain things in very similar ways. Firstly, let's talk about their swimming. So a lot of sharks are excellent swimmers. So related to this, shark skeletons are made of cartilage. So cartilage is a firm, flexible tissue that we also have in humans, sorry. Think about your nose, think about your ears. They're made of this firm yet flexible tissue. So one of the big benefits in how this relates to swimming is that having an endoskeleton that's made of cartilage would make sharks lighter, so that they can move more efficiently through the water. They also have really fatty livers that in comparison make up a large proportion of their abdomen, of their internal cavity. So the fatty liver gives sharks some much needed buoyancy, so it's actually referred to their liver as their hydrostatic organ. So this, in conjunction with their skeletons, as well as lift that they'll produce off of their pectoral fins, helps sharks move easily through the water. Sharks also have special scales known as placoid scales or dermal denticles. They're small, flat, V-shaped scales that are similar to teeth relative to scales you'd see in other types of fish. Dermal denticles allow sharks to decrease drag and turbulence when they're swimming. So this allows them to go faster and move quieter. These dermal denticles are so efficient that Olympian swimsuit designers actually have created fabrics based on these properties of dermal denticles. So this special fabric has been shown to dramatically increase the swimmer's speed time. Not so much me, because I'm not at that level, but certainly at the more competitive scale. Now, sharks are excellent hunters. They have an extremely impressive sense of smell that lets them smell food or potential prey items from very far away. So they can smell just over half of a kilometer away, letting them know when a potential prey is nearby. Sharks will usually try and find prey that's used in a hunt. We like to think of them as these big, tough apex predators, but at the end of the day, they'll go for something slower, something injured, or something that's older and not able to compete, like a younger, healthier fish would. So sharks can also sense prey using electroreception. Now, humans, we don't have this sense. But sharks are able to sense the electrical impulses of other animals in the water. Remember when I mentioned fish in distress? Well, if you can imagine something swimming erratically, they're going to be sending out signals that tell a shark that's a potential prey item. As well, anything hiding in the sand can be easier to detect. Now, sharks are also masters of camouflage. Smaller sharks have stripes, spots on their bodies that allow them to avoid predators. But even larger sharks camouflage too. So you've probably noticed that a lot of sharks have their dorsal surface or their top that is darker from their bottom, which is comparatively much lighter. This coloring lets sharks hide in plain sight. If you're above a shark looking down and you see that dark upper body, you might think it blends in with the water, the deeper, darker water, or the substrate, the ground. Now, in comparison, if you're looking up and you see the lighter underside, it might resemble the sky or the lighter, shallower water, helping it to blend in. If you look at stingrays or any real large apex predator in the ocean, they all kind of follow this coloring pattern as well. It's known as countershading. Alright, so now if you've ever looked at a shark and wondered what its sex is, it's actually really easy to tell. We don't kind of have that luxury with a lot of the fish in this exhibit, for example, but it's easy with sharks. So male sharks will have a rod-like projection, cartilaginous projection coming off of their pelvic girdle, immediately adjacent to their pelvic fins. These structures are known as claspers. So if you've ever seen a sawfish, a stingray, a skate, a numray, a guitarfish, you can actually differentiate males and females in a similar way. Alright, now let's talk about something everybody's interested in when they see a shark, and that's their teeth. So you've probably actually seen a lot of staff walking around the aquarium having shark teeth, and you might yourself have a shark tooth necklace at home. Now, sharks lose about one tooth a week, so here at the aquarium, when we're diving, we're actually lucky we can actually go around the exhibit and find some of those teeth that the sharks have dropped whenever we're in to clean. Losing one tooth a week might seem like a lot. Certainly would for us. It would be very scary. But unlike humans who have two sets of teeth, sharks are able to replace their teeth continually. This is what is known as serial replacement. So as humans, we have a protective layer of enamel around our teeth, which sharks do not have. Now, they have something called enameloid, which is a similar structure, but it differs in chemical composition. Fills kind of a similar role, though. Most shark teeth are only meant to be used for one meal. So, in the wild, sharks don't eat nearly as frequently as they do here in captivity. If they have a couple big meals a month, they might lose a bunch of teeth while they're eating that meal, and that's okay. So not all sharks have the same type of teeth, though. So a shark's jaws or their teeth can help scientists to identify what that particular shark's diet might be, and learn a little bit more about their life history. Sharks that need to pierce the body and skin of a fish will typically have long, round, sharp teeth. Whereas other sharks will crush and eat shellfish will have flat teeth. A lot of what you know about sharks throughout history is from their teeth, their fossilized shark teeth. So as a bit of a little fun fact, although shark teeth are lighter in color, they're white like our teeth. A shark tooth fossil will usually be very dark because it's absorbed a lot of the minerals around it over time during fossilization. Finding a shark skeleton is incredibly rare. So that's not because it's impossible, but as you remember, shark skeletons are made of cartilage. Just like, again, our nose and our ears. Now, if you think about every time you've seen a human skeleton, and it's October, you might have seen a lot more skeletons around than normal. After a while, when you see it, you never see the nose or the ears. And that's just because cartilage, unlike bone, doesn't fossilize very well. However, just like how you sometimes find fossilized plants, there are unique circumstances that do allow for cartilaginous skeletons to fossilize. I actually believe the ROM has an example of an angel shark currently on display. Alright, so let's talk about reproduction. Now, this is an area of shark biology that does differ between certain species, and is one way that you can differentiate them is on their reproductive strategy. A lot of this has to do with how much energy the shark will need to invest into developing their young. Sharks do not have parental care. So some sharks will lay eggs. So those that do typically lay them away and then swim away. Like I said, there's no nest, there's no parental care. They're on their own. Other sharks will give live birth to their young. So meaning that it will come out of the uterus as a fully developed shark pup. Having the young enter the world this way, they're basically a miniaturized version of the adult shark. They can be ready to eat, ready to find a habitat where they can be protected right from day one. So, big difference there is that these smaller sharks are a little bit ready from day one, as opposed to an egg where the shark pup will continue to develop over time before it hatches and then again is ready to go. So there's a couple of ways that sharks can grow big and strong within the mother's uterus. Oh, hello, little guy. The first method is that one shark egg in the womb will actually absorb the other eggs, which again are a source of energy. So this is known as oophagy, or egg eating. Another way is that one of the young developing sharks will eat the others in the womb. So this is known as adelphophagy, or if you want to use a more metal term, intrauterine cannibalism. Doing this gives the sharks, means that they'll be born with a better chance of surviving right from day one. The more energy, the more robust the individual, the better they'll do in a admittedly dangerous world. Alright, lastly we're going to talk about the different ways that sharks can breathe. Some people might think that sharks always need to be swimming in order to have water, oxygenated water, move across their gills so they can breathe. But that's actually only true for a small proportion of sharks, approximately 6% of all those 500 species I mentioned earlier. So like I said, it's not the case for all of them. But when sharks do breathe in this way, where they swim through the water, mouth open, water through the mouth and across the gills, that's known as ram ventilation. And if a shark has to breathe this way, they're known as an obligate ram ventilator. So just like the name implies, they're essentially ramming water through their mouth so they can get oxygen exchange at their gills. So another way sharks can breathe is through what we call spiracles. So which are holes behind the shark's eyes that are able to take in oxygenated water from their surroundings and push it through their gills. So when they do this, they can be perfectly still on the bottom. They don't need to be moving at all. Think of it like a human breathing through their nose. So the last type of breathing is called buccal pumping. Buccal pumping literally means cheek breathing. So if you were to compare this to a human, it would be more like mouth breathing for us. So essentially a shark's cheeks, or the lower part of their jaw, does all the work, drawing water in through the mouth or the buccal cavity. This is actually the most common type of breathing here at for sharks in general, and also within the aquarium. Some sharks can actually breathe in multiple ways. So while others, like the bonnethead sharks in Ray Bay or the black-tip reef sharks in Reef Shark, can only breathe as an obligate ram ventilator, other sharks can actually breathe through, well, ram ventilation, yes, but they can also sit and do buccal pumping as needed. So the lemon sharks, our sand tiger shark, are actually examples of this as well. So now that we know more about sharks in a more general sense, let's take a look at some of the sharks that we have here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Alright, so I've already mentioned the bonnethead sharks. Again, the bonnetheads are found in our Ray Bay exhibit. You might think these guys look like baby hammerheads swimming around, and you wouldn't be completely wrong. So hammerhead sharks are, well, hammerheads in general are a group of species that belong to a family. So there's actually 9 species of hammerhead sharks in this family, Spirinidae. Bonnethead sharks are the second smallest member of this family. So the ones you see swimming around in Red Bay, yeah, they look young, they look small, but those are actually adult sharks. If anything, those are old ladies. They've been here for quite a while. So something unique about the bonnethead sharks is that they have nearly 360-degree vision, as well as excellent depth perception. So bonnethead sharks in the wild are opportunistic feeders, so they'll eat whatever prey is available. This includes small fish, squid, crustaceans, as well as sea grasses. Now moving on to my exhibit, Dangerous Lagoon, we'll talk a little bit about nurse sharks. So nurse sharks have what looks like these extra little whiskers on their face. These are known as barbels, and will help them to sense prey that's hidden in the substrate. Nurse sharks, their teeth are more of that flat type that I mentioned earlier. So this allows them to crush shellfish or any hard benthic invertebrates. So this would also include sea urchins, but they can still eat small fish, squids, and in some cases, sea snakes. They are characterized as being slow-moving bottom dwellers. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you go in the tunnel right now, you'll see both of them sitting on the bottom, not doing too much at all. You might sometimes spot one of them, for example, hanging out at the bottom or even on top of the tunnel of Dangerous Lagoon. Luckily, nurse sharks have spiracles, which again we talked about earlier, so that they are able to breathe when they are laying still. If you're lucky, you might even get to see one of our sea turtles, Spot in particular, cuddled up next to one or both of the nurse sharks. Alright, so let's talk about lemon sharks. So lemon sharks, again, are another one of the species that we find in Dangerous Lagoon. So they got their name from their yellow-brown skin, which helps them to camouflage in tropical sandy habitats where they're found in the wild. Lemon sharks reproduce by giving live birth, so they develop inside their mother for up to 12 months, so it's 8 to 12 months, before she gives birth to a litter and a shallow nursery where they can grow or continue to live for another 2 to 3 years before they mature enough that they can survive in deeper water on their own. So, although they are big enough to leave home around 3, lemon sharks aren't considered fully mature until they're about 12 years old, and that's fairly typical for a lot of sharks. They're slow to develop, they're slow to mature. Alright, so now going over to my neighbor exhibit, Reef Sharks, we'll look at some of the sharks that reside in that particular exhibit. All the species in the exhibit are what we call reef sharks, with that classification involving how much time they spend around the reef. Within that, there are both residents and non-residents. So non-residents are sharks that will spend some of their time around a reef, but not all of it. So usually they like to swim by a reef when they're looking to grab something that looks good for dinner. Resident sharks are reef sharks that spend their whole life in the reef. They are generalist residents as well as specialist residents. The generalists are sharks that move from one reef to another. In this exhibit, the black-tip reef shark, the white-tip reef sharks would be what you'd consider generalists. Specialists are sharks that like to stay near one reef, like our zebra sharks or our tasseled wobbegong. So now the zebra and the tasseled wobbegons are what we call carpet sharks. So the name comes from their distinct habit of laying at the bottom of the ocean in the sands or a reef. These sharks typically have a flatter body type that helps them to hide when they're laying still, and patterns on their body that help them to camouflage as well. The nurse sharks that we actually just briefly mentioned earlier are another example of a carpet shark. Alright, focusing a little bit more on the zebras. Zebras got their name from stripes on their body when they're born. So when they first come out, they actually have alternating white and black stripes, which, again, would resemble a zebra. So these stripes actually will fade as they get older, but when they're younger, it has been hypothesized, in part, that coloration helps them to resemble a venomous sea snake, making them less appetizing to potential predators. So now they get older, they get bigger, and these stripes will actually turn into spots. So they eat by hunting for small fish, snails, sea urchins, crabs, and any small little tasty shellfish. Zebra sharks reproduce by being fertilized by a male, typically, and then they will lay fertilized viable eggs. However, this doesn't happen 100% of the time. So they're actually capable of parthenogenesis, or reproducing asexually. So if we were to have a shark, for example, a zebra shark, they can also do sperm storage for 5-6 years. So even when they're not with a male, they can potentially produce sexually, but like I mentioned, they are capable of parthenogenesis as well. So zebra sharks do not need a male to reproduce. Moving on to the wobbegong. So these sharks are masters of camouflage. They like to hang out on the seafloor, lying completely still, so that basically they wait till some unsuspecting prey swims over top and then they'll snag them. Now, an interesting thing about wobbegons and why they actually get their name wobbegong is they have these dermal flaps off both their upper and lower jaw. So wobbegong means shaggy beard in the language of Australian Aborigines. And it's that dorsoventrally flattened body, that coloration, and those flaps that help them look like coral substrate, something that a prey would not suspect is a potential predator. So when they're eating animals, they're eating small bottom-dwelling fish and invertebrates. Alright, so moving on to blacktip and whitetip reef sharks. The blacktip reef sharks are the ones with those distinct black markings at the ends of their fins. They can be found patrolling their habitats around coral reefs, because they're always on patrol realistically. As ram ventilators, again, they're obligate ram ventilators, meaning just like the bonnet heads, they have to keep moving to get oxygen exchange. Whitetip reef sharks also get their name from the white markings on the tips of several of their fins. However, unlike the blacktip reef sharks, they don't need to be in constant motion to breathe. Whitetip reef sharks are able to breathe through buccal pumping. Their mouth-breathing method, where their cheeks, or rather the lower part of their jaw, helps them pump oxygenated water across their gills. Because they don't need to be constantly on the move, whitetip reef sharks can usually be found resting during the day. So in the wild, while whitetip reef sharks will hang out on the sandy ocean floor, they might also be rested in protected areas like caves or under ledges. They like a good sleepover, and will sometimes snuggle up with other whitetip sharks, laying on top of each other. So now, there's something I really want to stress. We've talked about the biology about specific sharks, but I want to stress that sharks are not dangerous. So dangerous is just not a word that is appropriate for sharks. Now, it is how a lot of us think about them, whether in the aquarium or diving in the wild. Movies, news, reports, stuff like that, always portray them as a scary villain type. They actually aren't dangerous at all. So on average, less than 10 people every year are fatally injured by a shark. Just to put that number into perspective, distracted driving and car accidents account for around 1 million lives lost a year. Mosquitoes, you don't think of as a dangerous animal, but they're technically more dangerous than sharks, accounting for around 700 lives lost a year. Now, on the flip side, humans kill an estimated 150 to 200 million sharks every year. Sharks are killed every day, without a fear, to be eaten. You can even find some of their parts used in beauty products, like creams, and of course, fishing nets. Sharks are also passively caught. Even when not intended target, sharks' lives can be taken. So now, in the last 20 years alone, 80 to 90% of the world's shark population has decreased. Most sharks are in the endangered or critically endangered categories. And it's estimated that in 20 years from now, most large shark species will be extinct. When you think about sharks, and the fact that they've been around for 450 million years, it means that if humans leave them alone, they would have likely been able to survive. And if we start leaving them alone now, they can continue to recover. So that brings us to conservation. If after hearing all of this, you're hoping there's a way you can help sharks and the global shark population, there's a few things you can do. You can donate to different causes. Now, Rip's journey started back in May of 2021, when a female sand tiger shark at Ripley's Marine Science Research Center in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, was artificially inseminated. Sand tigers have a gestation period, like I mentioned earlier, of 8 to 12 months. and she soon began to show signs of pregnancy. Ripley's veterinarian as well as husbandry teams kept a vigilant 24-hour watch on Rip until she was born on March 24th, 2022. Or he was, sorry. And I am happy to report that Rip is continuing to grow and thrive. Now, education is also very important. Some people only know about sharks by how they're shown in movies and media. So it's important that people learn that sharks really aren't that dangerous or scary. Sharks are just really awesome big fish and are an extremely important part of their ecosystem as apex predators, as they control a lot of the fish populations. So now that we're all shark experts, or at least know a little bit more about sharks, why don't we see what you took away from this segment? Alright, so this is going to be our first of a few interactive quizzes that we're going to have today during our programming. It's a part of the show where we ask those of you who have been tuning in, who have been watching and listening, to see what knowledge you have about the topics we just covered. When we get to a quiz segment, your host, in this case myself, is going to ask you a series of questions, and after each question, you'll input your answers in the live stream chat. Now, for this to work, we can't have everyone rushing to input their answers before I'm finished asking a given question. So it's important that you listen for my cue to enter your answers into the chat. After I'm completely finished asking a question, I will say, submit your answers now. That will give you roughly 30 seconds to submit your guess. Once I say answers in, you'll take a moment so that our team can make sure that they've gone through all the answers that were submitted during that time period and see who got it correct. So please make sure you're listening for my cues. Any answers submitted before I say submit your answers now, and any submitted after all answers in, will not be counted. At the end of the quiz, the person with the most points will be named the winner. Feel like you got it? Well, let's try out and see who's been watching my Shark Talk. Alright, first question. What are 2 things sharks are excellent at? Submit your answers now. Yeah, so remember, just try your best to guess. If you weren't listening, don't worry, we will be revealing the answers later so we can make sure that everyone continues to learn about these wonderful animals. Alright, moving on to the second question. What is a shark skeleton made of? Submit your answers now. Okay. Okay, all answers in. Alright, question number 3. This will be a true or false question. True or false? All the sharks need to consistently keep swimming for them to be able to breathe. Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. Moving on. All right, question 4. What type of sharks at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada is related to hammerhead sharks? Submit your answers now. All answers in. All right, question number 5. On average, how often do sharks lose one tooth? Do they lose one tooth every day, every week, or every month, or every year? Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. All right, moving on. Question number 6. What does looking at a shark's jaw, as well as their teeth, tell us? Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. Alright, question number 7. This is another true or false. True or false? All sharks have live births, where they give birth to a fully grown pup. Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. Question number 8. What type of sharks are zebra sharks and tasseled wobbegong sharks? Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. Question number 9. True or false? Mosquitoes are considered to be more dangerous to humans than sharks. Submit your answers now. Alright, moving on to our final question. What symbol should you look for when choosing seafood to make sure that you are choosing sustainably sourced seafood? Submit your answers now. All right. All right, so that's all the questions for our little shark quiz. How do you guys think you did? Our team is going to go take a few moments just to add up all the points and determine who our winner is. In the meantime, why don't we go through and review all those answers, and we'll see what were the correct ones. All right, just a refresher. So question number 1, what are 2 things sharks are excellent at? So the correct answer was swimming and hunting. Now question number 2, what is a shark skeleton made of? So the correct answer to that is cartilage. Moving on to the third question. True or false? All sharks need to consistently keep swimming in order for them to be able to breathe. And the answer to that is false. The fourth question was, what type of sharks at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada is related to a hammerhead shark? The correct answer is bonnethead shark. Question number 5. On average, how often do sharks lose a tooth? Was it in a day, a week, every month, or every year? The correct answer is, on average, they lose 1 tooth a week. Question number 6 was, what can looking at a shark's jaws and teeth tell us? The correct answer for that question was, it can tell us about their diet and what they eat. Now the 7th question, another true or false, was true or false? All sharks have live birth, where they birth a fully grown pup. The answer to that is false. Question number 8. What types of sharks are zebra sharks and tasseled wobegons, and also are nurse sharks? The answer to that, carpet sharks. Question 9. True or false? Mosquitoes are considered to be more dangerous to humans than sharks. The answer is true. Final question. What symbol should you look for when you're choosing seafood to make sure that you're choosing a sustainably sourced seafood? That symbol is the ocean-wise symbol. Alright, so we're still just waiting to add up those answers to find out who our first winner is of quiz number 1. Oh, hello there. While we do that, I'll tell you a little bit about my diving career, I guess. So, I've been certified since 2007. Admittedly, I initially did get certified because I was hoping to dive with some sharks. Probably swam with, oh hello there, upwards of 1,000 individual sharks, representing 41 species. Oh, I hear that we have the winner, so we'll go move on with that announcement. Our winner is D Black. Congratulations. Alright, so congratulations again to our winner. That was our first quiz. Thank you so much for participating in this quiz, everyone who was involved. As I mentioned, we'll take a few more throughout the rest of our broadcast here this day, so you can practice flexing your understanding of underwater life before we dive into our final mega quiz near the end of the show. And with that, that's my time today. So it's been a pleasure to be your host and to chat with you about what goes into feeding animals, taking care of them on the veterinary side, as well as diving a bit deeper. Hello there. To talk about some cool things about sharks. So I'm going to be handing things over to Ben right now, who's going to spotlight a few more of our aquatic friends, like our seahorses, and a favorite to all, our green sea turtles. So later on, you'll get to meet Spot, Chewy, Skuna, and learn about their unique personalities as well as their quirks. Now don't forget to pay attention to any fun facts, because we might have more quizzes. Alright, that's my time, I'm heading out.
Thanks, Dave. I'm excited to be taking over as your host for the next few segments. My name is Ben, and I'm a senior aquarist here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. I've worked at the aquarium for over 10 years and was one of the staff when we first opened the doors here 10 years ago today. I love what I do for work, and I love that I get to work so closely with such special and unique animals every day. Part of my job is working closely with the sharks for their enrichment training. It's been a privilege to get to work with them one-on-one. You get to know the sharks individually and make the moments like when your white-tip reef sharks had pups feel so special. Today has been so much fun so far, and it's been amazing to be able to show you, all of you tuning in, how we do some of our daily tasks like preparing and feeding our animals. Over the next few segments, I'll be giving you some more information about some of our favorite fish, as well as behind the scenes look at how we care for our green sea turtles. In my first segment, we'll be making a closer look at one of my favorite exhibits in the gallery, our seahorses. Seahorses are such interesting creatures, and there are a lot of amazing things about them. Seahorses are a type of fish called Cygnathidae, which is a classification of very unique looking fish. Another type of Cygnathidae would be a weedy sea dragon. We actually have some weedy sea dragons in our gallery across from the seahorses. One common shared trait of Cygnathidaes is that they do not have stomachs. So food passes through them very quickly. For this reason, we have to feed the seahorses up to 6 times a single day, as they must continuously feed in order to survive. Here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, we feed the seahorses something called mysis, which are very small species of shrimp. In the wild, seahorses will eat small crustaceans like amphipods and decapods, mysis, plankton, and algae. Their food needs to be small and fit perfectly in their stomach, in their small perpendicular mouth. Another fun fact about seahorses is that their jaws are actually fused. They can't open their mouth any wider, so they need to eat. They suck their food up, kind of like a straw. When they eat, you usually hear a clicking noise they make. That's them slurping up their grub. There are 42 types of seahorse species in the world. The largest ones, potbelly seahorses, are the kind we have here at the aquarium. Potbelly seahorses can reach lengths up to 14 inches or 35 centimeters. These seahorses actually came to our aquarium from the Toronto Zoo. They were breeding seahorses and we had stingrays babies, so we swapped. This is a common thing we do between zoos and aquariums. Seahorses have unusual shaped bodies compared to other animals. A cool fact about that, there is a part of their brain named after the seahorses. There's a part of our brain called the hippocampus, since its shape is reminiscent of a seahorse. Hippocampus is the scientific name for seahorses, and come from Greek origin meaning horse and sea monster. Seahorses have what is called prehensile tails. The term prehensile just means something that can be wrapped around another thing and is usually used to describe an animal's body part. For us humans, our thumbs and hands are prehensile. Monkeys and chameleons are other animals that have prehensile tails. Having this type of tail gives a seahorse the ability to anchor themselves onto surfaces and structures in the ocean, like seaweed and corals, or other branchy organisms in the ocean. Having this skill is very handy for seahorses because they are actually very poor swimmers, as they don't have tail fins. So having this ability to anchor and stabilize themselves in an environment where there are really strong currents or waves will help them survive. It also helps them hunt for their food. Seahorses are ambush predators. They wait patiently for their prey to get real close before quickly grabbing them and slurping them up. To do this, seahorses pretend to be invisible, and they are really good at it. They are so good at hiding because they have what's called chromatophores on their body. Chromatophores are cells found in the body of other animals too, like octopuses and cuttlefish. They allow the animals to be able to change their color of their skin on command, which is super helpful when you're hoping to camouflage into the surroundings to be able to sneak up on their prey. Seahorses have developed these unique physical traits for over hundreds and thousands and even possibly millions of years to help them survive in their habitat. In the wild, seahorses live in habitats such as kelp forests, seaweed beds, and even coral reefs and mangroves. You can tell a female and male seahorses apart by their bodies. On a female seahorse, you're able to see where their stomach stops between their belly and tail and have a more distinctive C-shaped belly, whereas males have bigger stomachs with a white fleshy part under their belly, which make them look like their bellies go into their tail. This white fleshy part is actually their brood pouch, and where they carry the baby seahorses. The most commonly fun fact about seahorses is that they and their closely related sea dragons are the only animals on Earth where the male are pregnant and give birth. When seahorses find a breeding partner, they come together and go through an intense courtship ritual until they are ready to mate. Part of this ritual includes the seahorses finding each other and mourning and having a dance together. When a seahorse picks a partner at the beginning of the mating season, it's common for them to stay with their partner throughout the entire season. In fact, they're even known to seek out the same partner when the next mating season rolls around. When they are ready to mate, the female seahorses will lay their eggs just below the stomachs of the male seahorses in their brood pouch. The male seahorses will carry the eggs around for about 40 days until the babies are ready to be born in the wild. The length of gestation period depends on the surroundings. If there is plenty of oxygen and the waters are warm, comfortable temperature, the seahorse's gestation period can speed up. Seahorses give birth to between 250 to 2,000 babies each time. Unfortunately, out of every 1,000 born, they're probably making it to about adulthood as only 0.5%. That's the reason why they give birth to so many babies at once. It increases their likelihood the species survive. After they give birth, the male only needs a few hours or a night to recuperate. Once they do, they are ready to repeat the mating process. Here at the aquarium, we have both juvenile seahorses and adult seahorses. Our aquarists pay close attention to them each day, making sure their habitats are properly cleaned and they are fed multiple times throughout the day, with both living and non-living food, just so we can keep them on their toes. This segment is called Seahorsing Around, but when it comes to seahorses, conversation is no joke. In the wild, we aren't completely sure if seahorse populations are vulnerable because they're so good at hiding. So unfortunately, we don't have the most data to go off of. What scientists do know is that the population we do know of in the wild are decreasing. We also know that their habitats are in danger from human intervention and climate change. Seahorses were popular pets in personal aquariums for many years, which has negatively affected their populations in the wild. It's only been recently that regulations have been put in around that. In some cultures, seahorses are thought to have medicinal benefits and are caught to be consumed. By bycatch, fishing is also a danger to seahorses. By using large nets to catch fish, other marine animals like seahorses can get caught and are harmed by the process. Oceanwide is a great resource when selecting seafood. By looking for the Oceanwide label on seafood, you can help ensure that you're making sustainable choices and not supporting destructive bycatch fishing practices. Overall, seahorses are remarkable creatures with many interesting facts about them. But overall, scientists still consider a lot to be unknown about them. While they require meticulous care and frequent feeding, they are very easy to fall in love with. So next time you're at the aquarium, don't forget to swim by the gallery and check out our potbelly seahorses and their majestic cousin creatures, the weedy sea dragons. Now turning our focus back to the exhibit we've been hanging out in today, Rainbow Reef. Earlier today, Kevin told you some interesting facts about Rainbow Reef, like how beautiful the coral in here is actually artificial. He also mentioned how there are nearly 100 different types of species in here, with nearly 1,000 individuals. While we don't have time to talk about all the different species here at Rainbow Reef, Kevin highlighted 5 of his favorite fish for you. So now I wanted to tell you all about some of my personal favorites: the raccoon butterfly fish, the unicorn fish, the clown triggerfish, the porcupine fish, and the pallet surgeonfish. Starting with a fish whose first part of their name comes from the animals that's pretty iconic here in Toronto, the raccoon butterfly fish. The raccoon butterfly fish has dark band patterns across its face, resembling a raccoon. Their distinctive black and white facial markings are contrasted by their vibrant golden yellow bodies. They can grow up to 6 inches or 20 centimeters in length and are believed to have a lifespan up to 9 years. In the wild, you can find raccoon butterfly fish in the shallows, warm waters of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, commonly around coral reefs that they call their homes. They feed on soft body inverts like sea anemones, nudibranchs, and worms, as well as occasional nibblings on algae and coral polyps. Raccoon butterfly fish are primary nocturnal species, taking refuge among the coral reef to rest during the daytime. A fun fact is that the raccoon butterfly fish are known for their bonding behavior. They have been observed patrolling the reef homes in small groups of pairs. While raccoon butterfly fish are categorized as least concern on the ICUN red list, like many tropical fish here in Rainbow Reef, their wild coral habitats are threatened by human destruction and climate change. So it's important that we as humans do our part to help protect their homes, which we will discuss in a moment. Next, I want to focus on our unicorn fish. When I say unicorn fish, what do you picture? Was it a majestic horse, possibly with lavish wings and a distinct horn on the top of their head, right between their eyes? Well, that's where the unicorn fish gets their names. They are easy to pick out because they have a bony horn on their forehead in front of their eyes. They are closely related to surgeonfish and typically live around coral reefs feeding on the algae. Unicorn fish have a great thing going with their coral reef habitat. The unicorn fish feed on algae that grows on the reef and uses crevices to hide and sleep. Meanwhile, the unicorn fish waste provides essential nutrients to the corals. A win-win. Not all unicorn fish have horns though. Then we have the clown triggerfish. They are a type of triggerfish, which means they're able to lock their dorsal spine in their back of their place, allowing them to wedge themselves into narrow rocks and hide from predators. Clown triggerfish can grow up to 50 centimeters or just shy of 20 inches. They have large white spots on their belly, and their lower half could be said to resemble a soccer ball. Their exuberant gaudy appearance has been thought by scientists to be a way for them to communicate a warning to their competitors and predators that they are well-defended territory holders. Clown triggerfish are actually known to be quite aggressive when it comes to defending their territory. When it is time to mate, the clown triggerfish will show up and identify their spawning territory, guarding it until a female counterpart arrives. Now, these two fish might be familiar to you if you've ever seen a movie called Finding Nemo. Bloat, the characteristic and sometimes hot-headed pufferfish, was not actually a pufferfish. He was a porcupine fish. It's common that when people think of pufferfish, they actually picture a porcupine fish. The two fish are cousins, and their similarity is that both porcupine fish and pufferfish inflate their bodies with water when frightened. The difference is that pufferfish are usually covered in short, prickly bumps that stand up when they inflate. A porcupine fish is well armed with spines along their body, which can grow up to 5 centimeters long, making them even harder to attack. When the threat passes, they usually abandon their abdominal muscles to push the water back out of their mouth to deflate. Last but certainly not least, our favorite forgetful friend from Finding Nemo, Dory, who is the palate surgeonfish. Surgeonfish get their names from their sharp spines located on the base of their tail, which have been described to be as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. And the palette part of their name comes from the appearance compared to an artist's paint palette. When the palate surgeonfish feels threatened, they will wedge themselves in crevices and branches of the coral's home. Many people who watched Finding Nemo fell in love with Dory, and this has resulted in many people wanting them as pets for personal collections. This has had a bad negative effect in the wild for the palate surgeonfish population. Though, because until recently, no one was able to successfully breed them and manage care, and so that meant palate surgeonfish on the market have been caught from the wild. In the wild, all these fish depend on coral reefs. Their homes, the sources of their meals, and the reefs provide them with protection. As we know, coral reefs around the world are considered to be in crisis because of climate change. The increase in ocean temperature makes the coral stress and cause what is called coral bleaching. It's important that we all try to do our part and save the coral reefs and biodiversity. We encourage people to help by making some simple changes in their everyday routines. Some examples include carpooling, taking public transit, riding a bike, walking, eating less meat, and choosing sustainable seafood. These changes can help maintain our coral reef ecosystems and ensure they are around the world for generations to come. Coral reefs are beautiful and are so important for our ocean wildlife. But they are also important to humans. In fact, it's estimated that over 500,000 people worldwide depend on coral reefs for food, coastal protection, and income in the form of ecotourism. Coming up a bit later, Kevin will talk to you more about what coral is, how it behaves, and what is being done to try and save our coral reefs. But right now, we're going to catch up with some other beautiful animals, Spot, Chewy, and Skuna, our 3 resident green sea turtles. We will be heading from here to their caregiver, Cass. She'll be telling us about tending to turtles, as well a bit about each turtle's personality.
Hi, my name is Cassandra. I'm an aquarist here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, and I take care of the sea turtles. So we have 3 green sea turtles. Their names are Spot, Chewy, and Skuna. We've had Spot and Chewy since we opened. They were donated to us, which was awesome. So they've lived here for 10 years now. They've been quite happy here. Chewy is our only male, so we'll know he has a longer tail than the other 2, and he's got a darker shell. And Spot, she has a pretty light shell, and she has a spot on her neck. Skuna's our newest addition to the tank. She was actually rescued from the wild. She swam up a little too far north, and she ended up with something called cold shock. Out on the coast off of Vancouver, they were able to rescue her, bring her to the Vancouver Aquarium. They cared for her there for many, many years, but she got so big. So it was time for them to send her somewhere she could have a nice big exhibit to hang out at. We got her at the end of March. So she's only been with us for a few months. The easiest one to tell apart from the rest is Skuna. She has a really unique shell, so it's really freckly almost. And she's the largest, so she's easy to pick out if you've got all 3 lined up. So we know for sure how old Spot and Chewy are, so they're actually 26 years old. But for Skuna, because she was rescued from the wild, it's a bit of a guessing game. You can't really tell the age of a turtle by looking at them, but you can estimate based on size and the size when she was found. So we believe she's 37, but that's just our best guess. They can live quite a while. So they can live anywhere from 80 to 100 years, depending on their environment. So they have very different personalities. Chewy, I call him my anxious boy, so he gets spooked really easily. He likes to swim around lots and lots, so he's got lots of energy to burn too. So if you see him swimming around, probably Chewy is your turtle. Skuna, she has also lots of energy too, so she swims around quite a bit. She likes to bite things as well, so you'll see her very curious trying to explore the exhibit with her mouth. Spot, she's really, really friendly, so she will always be kind of looking for people and looking for food too. She's very food motivated. Spot is a sucker for anything orange. Her favorite fruit is sweet potato. So if you give her something else that's orange, like an orange bell pepper or orange carrots, she'll assume it's sweet potato. She's really different from most sea turtle personalities. She's super, super friendly. When we're scuba diving in the tank, she'll always come next to us. She'll want to be scratched, so we actually can scratch her shell. When we're diving, she'll literally swim up to us and wait for us to pet her. And if we don't pet her, she'll kind of nudge you a bit so that you will pet her. As they actually have nerve endings on their shells, so they can feel it. It feels good. We'll see them around exhibit scratching their shells on different items. She's really lovable, which is It's cool because you wouldn't expect a sea turtle necessarily to kind of want that affection from us, but Spot definitely really wants the attention. One of the main threats for green sea turtles is actually humans. A big problem is plastic pollution. I'm sure you've heard about people trying to reduce their plastic use. That's because a lot of the plastic we use ends up in the ocean. So for things like sea turtles, they like to eat jellyfish, things like that in the wild. They look a lot like plastic bags. So that's a really big concern. Also, of course, there's still parts of the world where we have people who hunt sea turtles, so that's something they have to worry about too. Or even just being hit by a boat. That's a really big threat for those guys. It's mostly just being aware of the problems we're facing and just doing your part to try to reduce your use of single-use plastics. That's one of the main things. Buying things sustainably so you're not supporting overconsumption. My favorite part about the job is seeing the turtles every day, getting to feed them. I think they can recognize us, which is cool. So sometimes I'll be walking around exhibit or I'm down below in the tunnel and they'll look at me and they give me that look. They know I give them food. So it's pretty cool knowing that they know who I am. And that's probably the favorite part about the job.
Spot, Chewy, and Skuna definitely take up a lot of space in all our hearts. They're so cute, how could they not? Thank you for joining me over these last few segments. It's been such a pleasure being your host and chatting with you all about seahorses, some of our tropical fish, and of course our green sea turtles. If you're ever curious to learn more, be sure to ask any of our questions to our aquarists, our educators, the next time you swim by Ripley's Aquarium of Canada.
Hi everyone! As Ben mentioned, my name is Frances and I'm the Dive Safety Officer here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. I've been working at the aquarium for over 2 years now. I have many great memories working at Ripley's Aquarium Canada over the past 2 years. I guess my favorite memory would be any time I've been able to train divers on how to feed the southern stingrays in Ray Bay and see how excited they get, but also getting to see how much, lots of fish, how much they care about each ray. Coming up soon, we'll go through a training session with all of you, taking you through the Ray Bay exhibits, the animals that call it home, and our process of feeding them here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Fun fact, since starting, I've done over 550 dives here, and as a team, the husbandry staff and divers have done over 4,500 dives. So one of my favorite tanks here is schooling. It's actually one of the first tanks you see when you come into the aquarium. But before someone can start diving in all our fun tanks, you need to build up hours. But before that, and before you can hop into exhibits or other bodies of water here, there are some things that you need to learn and know when it comes to scuba diving. If you're curious about what that is, well, you're lucky and you're in luck because we're going to run through some key components of scuba diving, like what all the gear pieces mean and what's needed and what they are and how to use them. But first, you just met the 3 green sea turtles here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Spot and Chewy have been with us since first opening 10 years ago, and then we have our newest addition, Skuna, who came to the aquarium in March of 2022. The sea turtles hold a large spot in our aquarists and divers' hearts, each with their own unique personality. In the previous segment, you met the aquarist who primarily cares for them, Cass, and you got to know their backstories and personalities, and learned a little bit more about green sea turtles in general. Another green sea turtle fun fact: did you know that green sea turtles get their name from the color of their fat? It's green because of their diet. For now, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Spot, Chewy, and Skuna's diet, what they eat here at the aquarium, and how we feed them, and a bit about what goes into their general care. So, you just met Cass, the aquarist, who primarily looks after our sea turtles. The aquarist is a job title here that refers to the people who care for the aquatic animals. In Cass's role, she is the one who feeds the sea turtles, monitors their health, and works very closely with our vet. Cass also takes care of a few other animals here. Right now, Cass cares for our pufferfish and our American eels, overseeing their feeding, water quality, and general care. When it comes to caring for sea turtles, there needs to be a lot of attention to detail, and they need to be monitored as much as possible. Some things Cass will pay attention to are the sea turtles' eating habits, as well as their general appearance, looking closely to see how their shells look, as well as how their general physique and health appear. Many slight changes are super important to note and discuss with our vet. Some of the things Cass will also do with the vet: help take their blood. She also helps take the turtles out of the water when we're doing physicals. We weigh our sea turtles because weighing them lets us know if we are giving them enough of the proper amount of nutrition every day. All 3 sea turtles we have are in pretty good health. So for the most part, what Cass and the vet do is preventative care. But we're still very thankful for Cass and our vet's hard work, keeping a watchful eye over our turtles and making sure that they're always nice and healthy all the time. A large part of maintaining our sea turtles' health is going through a nutritious diet. Here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, our green sea turtles eat a lot of veggies, about 4 heads of lettuce every day. As you can imagine, we go through lots and lots of lettuce. Cass orders about 100 heads of lettuce a week. If you've never seen 100 heads of lettuce, let me tell you, it's a lot. They get lots of chopped up vegetables too, like peppers, sweet potatoes, cucumbers, carrots, and even Brussels sprouts, which are my favorite. And then they get a bit of protein as well. All three sea turtles have a healthy appetite. Every day, the largest sea turtle, Skuna, gets 2.5 kilograms of vegetables and 2 kilograms of protein. Of all the turtles, Skuna gets the most protein because of her size and because she really loves protein. Spot is not as much of a protein enthusiast, so she gets about 0.4 kilograms a day. Meanwhile, Chewy loves his protein too, so he gets 2.25 kilograms of protein a day. We also give the sea turtles special seasonal vitamins. To do that, we hide the vitamins in different things, like in a piece of squid or in chunks of fish, just like you would do with your dog. We want to be sure that the vitamins are fully ingested, so by hiding them, the turtles don't really know we're giving them the vitamins. And it's just generally a lot easier for them to eat them every day. Spot, Chewy, and Skuna eat twice a day. They eat in the first thing in the morning, around 7:30 a.m., when everyone else is eating breakfast. And then we feed them again in the afternoon, which usually happens around 1:30 p.m. Around this time is when we feed our animals in the Dangerous Lagoon exhibit, right over there, where our green sea turtles live, along with our sharks, rays, and many fish species. When we do this, we like to distract the sea turtles with their own food so that they're not fighting for anyone else's food. They really love big chunks of protein, especially what we seem to feed the rays and the sharks. Skuna especially loves to go for the shark food, so we like to keep the sea turtles distracted at feeds to keep them safe with us. To prep their food every day, Cass chops up a lot of protein and vegetables to go with the lettuce. To prep the protein, if it's something like squid, then Cass has to remove the part of the squid called the pen, as well as the beak. Although those parts don't pose any harm to the sea turtles, who would just eat the entire squid in the wild, we don't want these harder bits of squid clogging up our filtration system, so it just makes it easier for us if we pull out those pieces ahead of time. If the turtles are being fed fish that day, Cass will prepare it by filleting the fish and then chopping it into bite-sized pieces. Once all the food is prepared, it's weighed on the food prep scale to make sure the turtles are getting the exact same amount of food every single day. The entire prep process takes about an hour, and it's done twice a day, once for each feed. When it comes to feed time, Spot, Chewy, and Skuna are fed by what we call target feeding. All three turtles are target trained, so they all know to come to their different targets. Spot knows to go to a yellow target, Chewy's is blue, and Skuna's is red. To let the turtles know it's mealtime, we will actually ring a bell under the water that the turtles can hear. They also know to come to their targets once they hear the bell. They will park themselves in front of their target, and then we will start feeding them. To do that, we hand feed them, but we have to be quite careful because they have really sharp beaks. We definitely don't want Cass or any of our other aquarists to get their fingers caught in one of their mouths. Luckily, the turtles are pretty gentle, and they are focused on their food, so we can feed them at similar rates. When they all finish around the same time and are done, we pull their target out of the water, and they know that means that their meal is finished, so they can go back to swimming around Dangerous Lagoon. Out of the three green sea turtles, Spot is the best eater. She's very food motivated, and it's really easy to get her to eat pretty much anything. She does have favorites though. Cass and the aquarists notice that she loves sweet potatoes, and she goes crazy for it. Knowing that, we will try to save a little piece of sweet potato to give her closer to the end of the feed time, and kind of like a treat or a reward. Skuna is also a really great eater. She's always really excited when it's time for food. She's pretty easy to feed at mealtime, but she also has lots of energy. We'll see her splashing around a little bit sometimes because she's so excited to eat. Then we have Chewy. He's the smallest guy out of the three, and he's our only male. Chewy's appetite is mostly for protein, so we have to be careful when we feed him, and make sure that we give him all his veggies. If we give him all the squid first and all the yummy protein, he'll leave and won't eat his veggies for the day. So we like to spread out the protein in between veggies. But as everyone knows, we have to make sure we eat all our veggies, especially for our turtles. We also use food as a tool for enrichment with the turtles. In Dangerous Lagoon, we'll throw in some frozen heads of lettuce. Having the heads of lettuce in a block of ice, the turtles forage for it, and it keeps them entertained. They really enjoy it when we dump the frozen lettuce in, and they will chase it around while it melts. As the ice melts, they'll eat the lettuce bit by bit, which they all find very fun, and it keeps them engaged and distracted. A reason we might need the sea turtles to be distracted is when scuba divers are in Dangerous Lagoon, for example. We also have different feeding puzzles that we put in Dangerous Lagoon for the turtles to practice foraging. Cass and the team will use some PVC pipes with holes in them, which will stick food into these holes like lettuce or carrots, and then let the PVC pipe sink down to the bottom of Dangerous Lagoon. This encourages the turtles to dive down and grab the food, which is similar to something they would do in the wild. In the wild, green sea turtles will need to dive down to get seagrass because they're grazers. They're always chomping on something. And there's no aquarius feeding them in the wild, so they have to get it themselves. Wild green sea turtles typically have a diet of fish and protein when they are young, but then grow into more of a vegetarian with a diet of seagrass and algae. Green sea turtles can live to be anywhere from 80 to 100 years old. Spot and Chewy are 26, and while we aren't certain about how old Skuna is, based on her size now, and compared to her size when she was first rescued, we estimate that she's in her mid to late 30s. So in the grand scheme of things, all three of our turtles are still pretty young. In the wild, though, green sea turtles are not as fortunate and are considered endangered due to plastic pollution, fishing nets, and coastal development. As Cass explained, education and awareness, avoiding single-use plastic, and being mindful not to participate in overconsumption, and using tools like looking for an ocean-wise label when choosing sustainable seafood are all steps we can take to help green sea turtles. Today you've met some of our dive team. So we had Cam, Olivia, Kevin, Dave, Ben, Michael, and have been able to learn about what we do here at Ripley's Aquarium. Our dedicated team of scuba divers works hard to maintain the exhibits and upkeep the health and well-being of our animals. We have a talented team that works to perform a variety of tasks every day. There are about 5 to 10 people who just work as divers. Most of the people who work in our husbandry department, which is the department that oversees the health and well-being of our animals and aquatic ecosystems, also participates in diving. So in total, there are usually around 30 divers and 30 staff members who scuba dive here. In order to keep up with everything that needs to be done at the aquarium, we need a decent-sized dive team. As you may have learned earlier today, the food prep segment, the divers at Ripley's Aquarium Canada are responsible for much more than just dive shows. Our team handles a lot of food prep for the larger exhibits, cutting up the food, measuring and portioning it out, and then working with husbandry to feed and monitor the animals' food intake. We also help monitor the animals' overall health with over 18,000 animals at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. It takes a village to keep a close eye on every creature we have and to make sure there's no drastic or subtle changes to any of the animals' weight, appetite, or behavior. Our husbandry department works closely with our veterinarian to keep them in the loop about how things are going, helping to ensure the vet has all the information they need to make a decision. Our dive team also helps with routine cleaning and maintenance of our exhibits. Cleaning tasks are just what they sound like. We have divers go into an exhibit and scrub the rocks, wipe the plants, and wash the interior acrylic. For some exhibits, like planet jellies, this can be a bit of a tight squeeze. But we're always happy to do it and to help make sure the conditions in our exhibits are pristine for our beloved animals. When it comes to preparing for a dive, there are some steps that need to be taken before we can get into an exhibit. Before each dive, I work to plan out the who, what, where, and when aspects of a dive plan. First, we need to make sure there's the appropriate number of staff scheduled for the dive. For every dive, there needs to be 2 dry staff posted at the surface. We have a supervisor and a tender who support our divers going into the exhibit and are on hand if anything unexpected happens. Then we need to ensure the right number of divers are entering the exhibit. Different exhibits have different rules about how many divers need to go in. Most exhibits, like Rainbow Reef, only need 1 diver, whereas an exhibit like Dangerous Lagoon requires a minimum of 3 divers. 1 person is needed to complete the task we are going into Dangerous Lagoon to do, and the other 2 are tending the sharks. Once we know who will be participating in a dive, we need to plan what they will be doing. Are they going to be feeding animals? Are they going to be cleaning the exhibit? Or do we need them to do a census on our animals? When we know what needs to be done, we can plan for how long we can expect the dive can be. Essentially, we want to map out as many details as possible before entering an exhibit to make sure everyone working on the dive knows exactly what to expect during the dive. Naturally, sometimes things come up during a dive and change, but if we start with a strong plan, then we're more able to adapt to anything that changes during the dive. As an individual diver, before entering an exhibit, you're responsible for making sure you have everything you need. Divers have sets of equipment that are just for them, including boots, a mask, a regulator, and fins. We do share wetsuits and tanks. Before a diver starts a dive, they need to make sure they have all the appropriate gear for the exhibit they are getting into, such as wearing the right type of suit. They will also need to make sure they have any equipment they need for their task, such as a suction cup for wiping the acrylic, shark tending poles, food, or anything else. Each diver also is responsible for preparing their own tanks. So you can see on the screen right now, this is one of our divers getting into our kelp tank. Big jump in. And then here's someone getting into our Great Lakes tank. So once they know they have the right gear and equipment, they need to make sure the dive supervisor and tender are present and ready for the dive. We usually encourage the team to run through the dive plan together once more to make sure that they're all on the same page before any divers get in the water. Then the diver will do one last check of their gear, making sure their air is on and that they have everything they need. Once all that is confirmed, we start the dive. As I mentioned, divers need to be suited up with all the proper gear and equipment for them to be able to complete long underwater tasks. So now let's take a look at some of the gear pieces we use as scuba divers, starting with the basics. So right now you can see that I'm wearing a full scuba suit. And the specific garment I'm wearing right here, this nice black outfit, is called a wetsuit, and it's made of neoprene, which not only helps keep me warm, but adds a bit of buoyancy. So a wetsuit keeps you warm by trapping water in between the suit and your skin, and then your body heat warms up that water, and that's how you stay warm. It's called a wetsuit because you're always wet while you're wearing it. A diver might wear something else called a dry suit. Dry suits come in many different materials, but the difference between a dry suit and a wetsuit is you stay dry the whole time. So you're not necessarily getting your warmth from your dry suit, but you're getting the warmth from the clothes you wear under your dry suit, so like a fleece jumper or something. While we don't use dry suits at the aquarium, a lot of divers in Canada use dry suits because we dive in very frigid waters here. So, again, dry suits will seal the water out, whereas wetsuits allow the water to get in. Remember that later, because in fact, I might actually encourage you to take some notes on this section because something might come up later that you might want to remember the stuff for. Now, not all wetsuits are the same. They come in a variety of thicknesses. The density is usually measured by millimeters. So this suit, for instance, is a 7 millimeter suit. So the thickness of the neoprene is 7 millimeters. So that's a typical suit we use here. If you ever come to us for a Stingray experience or a dive, those suits are usually 5 to 3 millimeters, so a bit thinner. The 7 millimeter suits are what our dive team usually uses since all our tanks are pretty warm. For a couple of the more frigid tanks, so our kelp tank, Great Lakes, our jelly tanks, where the water's only around 10 degrees Celsius, which is very cold, we would generally wear a different kind of wetsuit. So it's the same thickness, it's still 7 millimeters, but it's got a double cuff on the wrists and the ankles. So instead of just having the one cuff, it has a second cuff underneath that you can help seal out the water. And next major and arguably the most important piece of equipment we have is our tank. So right on my back here, you can see my scuba tank right here. So a lot of people think that these tanks are actually filled with oxygen, which is wrong. So what we're actually breathing is ambient air. So the air that you guys are breathing is the same air I'm breathing. So how that works is that we fill our tanks up using compressed air. So we have an air compressor that takes that air and smushes it into the tank really forcefully so that there's 3,000 pounds of pressure of air in our tank. Then we use that air to breathe while we're diving. Another thing, some of the things attached to our tanks are low pressure inflator hoses or LPIs. So, right here, this is my LPI, this black hose coming off right here. So, this takes compressed gas from the tank and reduces the pressure before it goes into my BCD, or buoyancy control device, which is this nice kind of jacket thing I have on. So, if I squeeze this blue button here, I'm going to inflate my BCD with a bit of air. And then I can go up. If I press the gray button, I'll let that air out of my BCD. So this helps you with your buoyancy underwater. Also attached to our tanks is the regulator. So this nice thing here, this piece allows me to breathe from the tank. So the first stage, which is right back here, reduces the high pressure air in my tank to a lower pressure, a kind of intermediate pressure. And then as the air comes through, it's reduced again in my second stage so that I can breathe that air and it's at ambient air pressure. Lastly, and also very important, we have our pressure gauge. So I'm just going to get mine out right here. So this tells me how much air I have left in my tank. Very important to know, because this tells you how much time you can dive for. So for us to be able to see clearly underwater, we have to use masks. There's two different kinds of masks, so I'll show you both of them today. So a mask is important. It provides an airtight seal over your face. So there's this kind, which you might have seen before. This covers your eyes and your nose. You might have seen Olivia and Michael earlier during the pumpkin carving competition wearing this mask. We also have masks that cover your entire face. So like the one I'm wearing here, that covers my face and my mouth. So the difference here is that I'm breathing through the air that's coming into my mask. So this is my regulator here. Instead of it sitting in my mouth, it's sitting out. This is how I can talk to you guys today. Next, we're going to go over our fins. So wearing fins, which are these lovely things right here. Well, let's see if I can get them up so you can see. So when we look at aquatic animals, they all have fins, and they have fins because it helps them propel themselves through the water. So it only makes sense that we use those too. It's not very efficient for us just to kick our feet, so having fins, see if I can get them off again, help us a lot. Fins are like shoes. They come in lots of different shapes and sizes, and they go over our boot. So it's important to choose the size and shape that best suits you and your diving. That summarizes the gear that we're using here when we dive at Ripley's Aquarium. But when you go scuba diving out in the wild, here are a few more pieces you might need to use. A more modern addition to diving gear is a dive computer. It's just what it sounds like, so it calculates how much time you can dive for. It shows your depth and your dive time on your computer, and it calculates how much and what is your decompression limit. We don't need dive computers here at the aquarium since every exhibit is a controlled environment. We go to the same depth and for the same time every single dive. When we are building our dive plan, we refer to dive tables. Dive tables is a tool that shows you how long you can safely be at a certain depth. This is a really important part of planning dives, and this is what keeps you safe while you're diving. When we are at sea level, which is what we're at right now, we're at 1 atmosphere of pressure. So the only thing that's weighing down on us right now is the sky and air above us. So when we hop in a plane and we go up into the atmosphere, that pressure goes down. So basically, if you think about it, because sea level is 1, if you go up, that is becoming like 0.5, 0.25 as you increase in altitude. But as you go deeper into the water and you dive down, the pressure on you is increasing. So instead of just having the 1 atmosphere of pressure on you when you're at sea level, you've got the pressure of the water on you as well. So every time you decrease 10 meters, you gain an atmosphere of pressure. So if you dove down to 30 meters, that would be 4 atmospheres of pressure. So if you think about it this way, if you look at a balloon and you were to take a balloon, hop on a plane, and go for a flight, that balloon would get bigger as the pressure decreased around it. But if you took that same balloon and you went for a dive with it, it would shrink up because the air in it is being compressed tightly together. So the pressure change is important to understand and know about when you're diving because it affects our physiology, but also how our equipment works and how much air we go through. So scuba diving is a really unique job that we get to do here, and there's some interesting things about our daily tasks. So for example, when we need to clean our Pacific Nettles tank, which is a smaller exhibit, it's actually quite big, but it's quite narrow. So when we have to clean that tank, we have to pull out all the nettles and put them into little bags. So before our divers can get in, we round up the nettles and we put them into a bag so that not only are they safe and we're safe, but the reason we do this is because the bubbles, so the bubbles I'm exhaling right now, are very damaging to jellyfish bells. So these bubbles can get caught inside the bell and they force their way through by ripping the jellyfish bell open. So scooping them out and putting them in large plastic bags that float on the surface of the water is safer for the jellyfish and the divers. Safety is the top priority of any dive. A big part about staying safe is communication. Since most often a diver won't have a full face mask like what I'm wearing that's hooked up to a microphone like I am today, we use hand signals to communicate. I'll show you some hand signals today. So if you guys watch me, I'm going to show you the first one, which is the OK signal. So the OK signal, we if I show the okay signal, I'm expecting you to give one back, which means it's a demand response. So it's a fun one because it's not only a question, but it's an answer. So if I ask you if you're okay, I expect you to give me the okay back if you are good. And you can also give me the okay, and I'll give you the okay back. If you're not okay, you should not give me the okay signal. But usually if you have a problem, you will put your hand, palm down, and wave it back and forth and point out what your problem is. So let's say your ears are hurting. You can't equalize your ears when you're diving down. So you'd go problem and point at your ears. So another fun one, which is often confused, is this signal. So either the thumbs up or the thumbs down. So on the surface, this is normal, like, yeah, everything's good, or no, things aren't good. When you're diving, thumbs up means we're ascending, so we're going to go back up to the surface. Thumbs down means we're going to descend, so we're going to dive down. So you don't ever want to use this on a dive if you're saying that something's good. Instead, you want to use okay. So some other ones that are important are, again, so if I want you guys to look at me, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to point at all of you, and I'm going to say, look at me. So if I wanted everyone to look at someone in the audience, I'd say, all of you, look at them. Pretty easy. So let's say we're on a dive together. Maybe we're in Dangerous Lagoon, and we see one of our sand tiger sharks. So I go like this, look over there, put my hand on my head, and make a shark fin, and say shark. So I look, shark. Another one that's good is, we can say again, look there, and then a turtle. So you put your hand down, your other hand on top, and you move your fingers like this. Let's see if you can see that. There we go. So those are fun ones to use when you're diving with your friends. So another one that's very important is telling your dive buddy how your air is doing. So if you're low on air, which is usually about 1,000 psi or 1,500, depending on the dive you're doing, take a closed fist and put it to your chest. This is indicating to your dive buddy that you're low on air. Doesn't mean you're out of air, just means that you need to be conscious about when to get back to the boat. And the other one is to flat hand down. If I'm out of air, I'm in desperate need, I need someone to help me, I'm going to take my flat hand down like this, go across my throat. Basically what I'm saying to my dive buddy is, I need you to help me right now because I need your air. In that case, I would use my buddy's air and we'd both safely ascend to the surface. But that never happens here at Ripley's Aquarium because we are very safe and we again plan all our dives. Another fun one is, let's say we're going on a dive together and you see a fish you don't know. You might say, hey Francis. You might point at a fish and you go like this. And I'll go, okay, I'm going to remember. So this little hook means question. So I've got a question about this fish. You might point and be like, question, what's that fish? If I don't know, or if I'm going to tell you once we're both out from diving, I'll point at my head and go like this, like, oh, I'll remember, and I'll tell you later. So an important thing that we do diving, especially in the wild, is doing a safety stop. So a safety stop is just to ensure that we are going at a safe speed when we get out and we spend enough time to off gas. So how we demonstrate this, or how we tell our dive buddy we're going to do a safety stop, we take our hand like this. So this is 5, indicating that we're going to be at 5 meters. And then we take our 3 fingers like this, and we go like this. So 5 meters for 3 minutes. That's what that signal looks like. So now that that you guys are all a scuba diving expert, maybe you're feeling inspired to become a scuba diver yourself. If you've never been snorkeling before, it's recommended you start there to get a feel for swimming with some of the gear on. Once you've mastered that and feel like you are a strong swimmer, you can start your diver certification process. First, you need to do your open water dive certification through a professionally ranked certifying agency like PADI or NAUI. This certification is about a week-long course, so if you're not sure you want to dive right into that commitment, there's a course called Discover Scuba Diving, which is a one-day course that lets you get a taste of scuba diving to see if it's something you enjoy and actually want to pursue. Once you've secured your open water certification, you'll need to complete your rescue diver training that teaches you to self-rescue in case of an emergency, as well as how to rescue your buddy. Once you've completed that training, you're welcome to come to Ripley's Aquarium and apply to become a diver. If you join our team, you'll need to complete a commercial dive medical, which is a more intensive than a standard medical that you do for a recreational dive. Our divers need to get one every 2 years, where they test things like your hearing, your sight, your reflexes, and your breathing, just to make sure that everything is okay, because over time, diving can be quite strenuous on the body. You will also train on how to administer emergency oxygen and, of course, first aid. After that, you're ready to start building some experience in our exhibits. We have dives to complete hours in exhibits like Rainbow Reef and Ray Bay before jumping into the big leagues like Dangerous Lagoon or feeding larger animals like stingrays. There are also many other exciting jobs you can do as a certified diver. You could work as a research diver and collect specimens for people doing their master's or PhDs, or you could get a marine biology education yourself and become a marine biologist or an aquarist here with Ripley's. It could also work as a scuba diving instructor, leading people on recreational dives in tropical climates year-round. It's a unique and fascinating world underwater, and scuba diving allows us to explore and learn more about the aquatic ecosystems and creatures that we share with our planet with. I hope you enjoyed learning about scuba diving today, and I hope you all become scuba divers. It was a lot of information to digest, but I hope you took some notes, as I mentioned, because up next, we're going to have an interactive quiz to see how much you've learned. Alright, while it's still fresh in your memory, let's dive into our next segment. The way this is going to work. Okay, I'm going to ask a question, and that you know when it's time to input your answer into the live stream chat. Once I ask a question, you'll have about 35 seconds to input your answer before I say answers in. After I say that, we'll take a few seconds for our team to go through the chat and record the answers submitted and track who's getting what right. For this to work, it's important that you wait for me to signal that it's time to enter your answers when I say submit your answer now, and to do so before I say all answers in. If you submit an answer before I signal to start, or you submit after I say answers in, unfortunately your answer won't count towards the points. Person with the most points at the end of the game will be named the winner. Is everyone feeling good? Feel like you know your scuba diving stuff? Alright, without further delay, let's get started. So, question number 1. What department makes up about 2/3 of the divers who work at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada? Okay, submit your answers now. So if you remember, there's 2 departments here at Ripley's that dive. So we have the divers and the aquarists. You guys just have to tell me which one makes up about 2/3 of the divers here. Okay, all answers in? Question 2. When it comes to the larger exhibits, what major tasks does the dive team do to help husbandry with? So you can submit your answers now. So if you remember, there's a number of important things we do to help the health and well-being of our animals here while we're diving. So just think of that stuff. Okay, all answers in. On to question 3. What are individual divers responsible for before starting a dive? Submit your answers now. So if you remember, I help plan and organize the dives, but each diver has a responsibility to... You just have to tell me what that is. Okay, all answers in. Question 4. How does a wetsuit, so remember this is a nice black outfit I'm wearing, how does a wetsuit keep a diver warm? Submit your answers now. So if you remember from before, there's 2 different kinds of exposure suits divers wear. So there's wetsuits, like what I'm wearing right now, and there are dry suits. So the difference, it tells you how it keeps them warm. Okay, all answers in. What do we fill our scuba tanks with? Submit your answers now. Okay, all answers in. What's the name of the equipment piece that lets us breathe air from our scuba tanks? Submit your answers now. So if you remember, it's this piece right here that comes all the way back and connects to my tank. There's a couple of different things that come out of my tank, but this one is the most important for us. It allows us to breathe underwater. Okay, all answers in. Question number 7, are you guys ready? What piece of equipment helps a diver control their buoyancy underwater? You can submit your answers now. So this one, if you remember correctly, the name is in the name of the object. So buoyancy control is actually in the name. So if you can remember, that's a big hint I just gave you. Okay, all answers in. Number 8, what happens to air compression as you decrease in altitude? Submit your answers now. So remember the idea I told you about the balloon? And what happens to the balloon when you get in a plane? And then what happens to the balloon when you dive deep? So try and think about that when you're coming up with this answer. Hi. Okay, all answers in. Number 9. What would happen to the air inside a balloon if you took it up on a plane? So I already brought this up for you guys, so you can submit your answers now. Okay, all answers are in. Number 10. What piece of scuba diving equipment is inspired by underwater animals' anatomy? Okay, you can submit your answers now. This is the last and final question, so make sure you get your answers in before time's up, and then we'll tell you the winner at the end. Okay, and that's it. All answers are in for our final question. So right now our dry team is tallying up the vote and they're working hard. So we can think about some of those questions. So the balloon. So if you remember the balloon, well, you take a balloon filled up with air. Hello. Up in a plane, that balloon gets bigger. That air is expanding. Take that same balloon down and you go diving down. You are going to, the air in it is going to compress. So that balloon's going to get smaller. Alright, so we're going to go through our answers. So I already went through a little one there, but that's okay. So what department makes up about 2/3 of the divers who work at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada? Our husbandry department. So our lovely aquarist, our curator, and our husbandry director. What comes to the larger exhibits? When it comes to the larger exhibits, what major tasks does the dive team help husbandry with? So the dive team helps with food prep and feeding the animals. Number 3, what individual divers, what are they responsible for before starting a dive? So they are responsible for checking that they have the right gear and equipment for their dive. Number 4, how does a wetsuit keep a diver warm? So a wetsuit traps a thin layer of water that's warmed up by the body heat. Thin layer of water between you and the suit. Number 5, what do we fill our scuba tanks with? We fill them with ambient air, which is a mix of oxygen and nitrogen. What's the name of the equipment piece that lets us breathe the air from our tank? It's called the regulator, so this lovely thing right here. Number 7, what piece of equipment helps a diver control their buoyancy underwater? So I gave you a big hint with this one if you guys remember. So it's a BCD, a buoyancy control device. So it's basically in the question there. Number 8, what happens to air compression as you decrease altitude? The compression increases. So again, think about that balloon. It just gets tighter and smaller. So number 9, what happens to the air inside a balloon if you take it up in a plane? So just the opposite. So if it compresses when you go deeper, it's going to get bigger and the air would expand. Okay, number 10. What piece of scuba diving equipment is inspired by underwater animals' anatomy? Those are our fins, so these nice lovely things right here. So it was really fun talking to you guys about scuba diving. Scuba diving is really important to me. Obviously, I do it a lot here at Ripley's Aquarium. And we've got Casey Barnaby is our winner. So the team just let me know. We've got all the data in, and Casey won our scuba diving quiz for today. So let's give Stacy a round of applause. Stacy Barnaby. Congratulations, Stacy. Thank you so much for learning all about what goes into scuba diving here at the aquarium and participating in the quiz. I hope you learned something new, and maybe some of you might be considering trying out scuba diving in the future. The quiz is a lot of fun to see what you were able to take away. So much fun, in fact, that I think we even might want to do one again. So wait for that. Okay, so after this segment, stick around because we'll have a quiz. So keep your ears open and listen to what I'm saying for this one. Now that we know what goes into preparing and conducting a dive, let's take a look at the exhibit we host our daily dive shows in. During our shows, which are at 11:15 a.m. and 2:15 p.m., our dive team feeds some of our rays in the exhibit, in Ray Bay specifically. Ray Bay is our second largest exhibit, holding over 350,000 liters of water. It's home to 4 species of stingrays, the bonnethead sharks, and several other fish species. Stingrays in the wild commonly live in shallow coastal waters and spend most of their time lying, still and partially buried in the sand, moving only with the sway of the tide. Others move by flapping their sides like wings. If you're hanging around at the top of Ray Bay, you might catch a glimpse of our spotted eagle ray dancing along the sides of the exhibit this way. They can also use their tail to maneuver in the water, but the primary purpose of their tail is protection. Stingrays get their name from having a distinct spine with toxins and mucus in the grooves, which is produced from spongy venom glands located along the underside of the spine. In their tails, they have what they're called a stinger, which is actually called a barb. It's just a small serrated blade that grows on the top of their tail, kind of like how your fingernail grows out on the top of your fingers. The barb is located about 1/3 of the way down their tail, because if you imagine, if they were lying in the sand and a predator came in above them, a stingray could tense their tail and strike the predator with their barb. Stingrays get their names from the underside of their barb may produce venom and can remain deadly even after the stingray's death. A stingray's venom is toxic to humans. However, an interesting fact is, in ancient Greek times, dentists used venom from the stingray spine as an anesthetic. I'm happy that times have changed, so we don't have to do that anymore. A lot of guests ask us whether the divers here at Ripley's Aquarium are afraid to dive with our stingrays. The short answer is no. Our rays are very friendly and social animals, and they are not harmful to our animal care staff, although we do take care when we dive with them. Also, most of our rays also have their barbs removed. We have 2 different methods to remove barbs. We either surgically remove them or we clip it. The barb is surgically removed. It will never grow back, and the stingray cannot be returned to the wild. We try to avoid this and only do this when absolutely necessary for the stingray's well-being. The other method is clipping. Clipping the barb is a similar process to how someone clips their fingernails. However, we do sedate the rays before giving them the trim, since it's a bit painful for them. Their barb will grow back, and they must be reclipped every 90-ish days, so 2 months. In the wild, when a stingray's barb is used, it breaks off or pulls away, and it takes them several months to grow a new one. Just kind of like if you think about a bee. When they use it, they lose it. So meaning stingrays need to be very selective when they use their barbs, since they don't want to be in the ocean without a method of protection. Did you know that stingrays and sharks are cousins? Sharks, stingrays, sawfish, and skates are all related and a part of the elasmobranch family, meaning they have a skeleton made of cartilage. You could think of stingrays as the equivalent of a flat shark. As Dave before taught us during his shark segment, you can tell the difference between a male and a female shark by looking at their pelvic fins. It's the same with stingrays. Males will have 2 finger-like projections extending from their pelvic fins called claspers. If they don't have claspers on their pelvic fins, then they're likely a female. Another way stingrays and sharks' appearances are similar is the coloring of their bodies. A stingray's body coloring allows them to camouflage in plain sight. They are darker on the top, so when you're looking down at them, they are able to blend in with the sea floor, letting them hide from predatory sharks and larger rays. Also, like their shark relatives, stingrays have electrical sensors called ampullae of Lorenzini, which allows them to sense electrical pulses in the water and the electrical charges of potential prey. A stingray's electrical sensors can be found around their mouth. So electrical senses, like your heart and your muscles, those all give off electrical senses. So if you imagine a little mollusk hiding in the sand, that's what the stingray is picking up on. In Ray Bay, we have 4 species of stingrays. So we have the spotted eagle ray, southern stingray, rough-tail, and my favorite, the cow-nose rays. The spotted eagle ray is easy to, spot. They have small, white, bluish, greenish, pearly, or yellow spots across the dorsal side of their body. So the 3 we have, our large female has really distinct spots, and our medium-sized male has kind of grayish, murky spots. The spots are distinct against their black, dark gray, or brown bodies. Their tails are very long and whip-like. Spotted eagle rays' venomous spines can deliver a nasty sting when used in defense against potential predators. Unfortunately, spotted eagle rays are listed as endangered on the IUCN Red List. The IUCN is the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and their Red List lets us know which animals are at risk of extinction. The southern stingrays are found in tropical waters of the southern Atlantic Ocean, as well as the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. They are most often found near Florida and the Bahamas. Southern stingrays usually reach a maximum disc length of 79 inches or 200 centimeters and can weigh around 215 pounds or 97 kilograms. Their tails can also reach lengths that are twice as long as their body. Rough-tailed stingrays are a bit easier to tell apart from the others. Their most distinguishable feature being their tails, which contain many rows of small thorny projections. Rough-tailed rays' tails are usually about 2.5 times the length of their body. These rays are found in tropical to warm temperature waters of the North Atlantic. Cow-nose rays are the cutest rays in the exhibit. Well, at least in my opinion they are. What sets them apart from all the other ray relatives is the indented anterior contour of their cartilaginous skull that supposedly resembles a cow's nose. It has smooth skin and pointed pectoral fins, a small dorsal fin near the tail, and a barbed, venomous spine at the tail base. That's a lot of technical terms to say, but they are so damn cute. Darn toot. Rays are a bit smaller with the mature cow-nosed ray only reaching about 50 pounds or 23 kilograms, so about a small dog. In the wild, southern stingrays forage and eat species of shrimps, crabs, and other crustaceans. Rough-tailed stingrays prefer bony fish such as scup and sand lance, and bottom-dwelling invertebrates. Spotted eagle rays also eat bony fish, as well as clams, oysters, shrimp, octopus, squid, and sea urchins. The spotted eagle ray has a shovel-shaped snout and duck-like bill that helps them search through the mud for benthic invertebrates. When prey is found, the ray crushes it with its plate-like teeth and uses a papillae located in their mouth to separate the shells from the flesh. Scientists used to not know how spotted eagle rays remove the shell of their prey, but knew they could because they observed eagle rays' stomachs, and they contained the little prey items lacking any of their original shell. Cow-nosed rays' diets in the wild is primarily bivalve mollusks. They eat the mollusks by crushing the shells between their terrazzo-like tooth plates, like this. Go like this. One way scientists think cow-nosed rays find and get deep-burrowing prey is through mechano or electroreceptive detection. This process means that once a cow-nosed ray believes their located prey, they use a combination of stirring motions of their pectoral fins to stir up the sediment while simultaneously sucking water and sediment through their gills away from the sea floor. This creates a steep depression, like a hole in the seafloor, to reveal its food. Once the food is revealed, the cow-nosed ray will swoop down the sea stuff with its mouth. If you are ever swimming near cow-nosed rays and sees huge clouds of sediment across a large area, know you found them foraging. Here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, our rays have it a bit easier. Their food comes to them. Our animal care team prepares a variety of options, including shrimp, squid, clam, capelin, silver sides, herring, mackerel, and other types of fish for their meals. They are fed during our daily dive shows as well as throughout the day. Our rays in Ray Bay get fed in a slightly different way, depending on their behavior and enrichment needs. The cow-nosed stingrays get fed at the top of the exhibit after a dive show, so they have to be patient. And the spotted eagle rays are fed in the shallow part of the exhibit. This is done for two reasons. So first, we have the spotted eagle rays on a bit of a diet right now, and this allows us to monitor their food intake. And it also distracts them from trying to get the food away from the other stingrays in the exhibit. Secondly, their feeding is part of an enrichment training plan, and they will have to solve a puzzle to get their food. Another fun fact about the rays in Ray Bay, all of our southern stingrays are female. And that's for a very important reason: population control. So a southern stingray can birth up to 12 pups at a time. So if you imagine 12 pups for about 12 stingrays, we would have so many stingray babies, we would not know what to do with them. So if you think about that, it's obviously a lot, but an interesting fun fact is stingrays give birth to live young, and they kind of come up rolled like this, like a little cannoli or burrito inside the stingray. When they're birthed, they unfurl and flatten out into what you see normally. So if you go to our Ray Bay, you can see that two of our stingrays, Kinky and Corky, have spirals in their tails. And that's because when they came out when they were born, they didn't fully flatten out, and they still have that curl from when they were in their mother's womb. So thanks for spending this time with me, everyone. It's been great learning about all the stingrays, and I hope you're taking at least mental notes throughout this, because we'll be having a quiz near the end of the show where you can let us know how much you learned today. If you have any burning stingray questions that I maybe didn't cover, please let us know in the chat, and we'll try my best to answer some coming up. You can also ask our educators, who are located at the top of Ray Bay or anywhere else in the aquarium, any questions during and after the dive shows, which happen daily at Ray Bay at 11:15 and 2:15 p.m. So we actually have another one coming up kind of soon. So before we get into the final mega quiz later, let's try another mini quiz round. This time I'm going to ask you questions about stingrays and Ray Bay. Just like we did for the scuba diving quiz, I'm going to ask you a question and then give you a second to submit your best guesses in the live stream chat. You're all the experts at this now, so if you're feeling confident that you know your stingray stuff, let's dive right in. So question 1, true or false? Ray Bay is the largest exhibit at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. So if you remember, I said that Ray Bay has 350,000 liters of water, so you just have to remember if that's the largest or not. You have 10 seconds to submit your answers. Time's up. Number 2. Aside from stingrays, what other animals call Ray Bay their home? Please submit your answers now. Time's up. Okay, number 3. What's the proper name for a stingray stinger? So you guys can submit your answers now, and you'll get a little bit of time. So if you guys remember their stinger, I'll let you guys get the proper name. It's located on their tail, and they use that for protection from potential threats or predators. Time's up. All right, let's move on to question 4. Stingrays have a sense called ampullae of Lorenzini that lets them sense what in the water? So please submit your answers now. So if you remember, this isn't exclusive to stingrays. Other elasmobranchs also have this, and it's very important for their feeding. Time's up. Okay, question number 5. What animal is considered a stingray's cousin? So please submit your answers now. So remember, stingrays are in a bigger family. I think I called them elasmobranchs before. You probably heard me say that. So what else is their cousin in that family? Time's up. Okay, number 5. There are 6. Number 6, everyone. There are 4 types of stingrays in Ray Bay. Spotted eagle rays, southern stingrays, rough-tailed stingrays, and what's the 4th type of stingray? So you please submit your answers now. I'll give you one big hint. It's what I said was my favorite stingray in the tank. They have a name, and they're named after a land animal that lives on a farm. Those are the clues you're going to get, so hopefully you can figure that out. Time's up. Let's move along to question 7. According to the IUCN Red List, what is the status of spotted eagle rays in the wild? Time's up. Okay, number 8. True or false? Southern stingrays are able to remove their prey shells before digesting them. Okay, you can submit your answers now. So if you remember, southern stingrays like to eat things like clams and oysters and crabs, so they need to be able to take their shells off to properly digest them. Oh. Time's up. I might have given the answer away there. Number 9. Name one thing our animal care team feeds the stingrays. Okay, submit your answers now. Oh, look, there's little fish. Time's up. And our last and final question, true or false? We have a mix of male and female southern stingrays in Ray Bay. Oh, please submit your answers. Time's up. Okay, so right now our team is tallying up the votes for the answers for the Ray Bay quiz to see who won. I think that quiz may have been one of the easier ones today, but let's review the answers and we'll find out in a little bit. Do you think you guys did well? You got a lot right? Okay, let's get through the questions now and see what we had. Okay, so number 1, true or false, Ray Bay is the largest exhibit in Ripley's Aquarium. What did you guys think? It's actually false. So it's the second biggest exhibit. So Dangerous Lagoon, just down there, is our largest exhibit here at Ripley's Aquarium. So number 2, aside from stingrays, what other animals call Ray Bay home? So we've got sharks, our bonnet-head sharks there, as well as some fish. Number 3, what's the proper name for a stingray's stinger? And that's a barb. Number 4, clipping a stingray's barb can be compared to clipping what on a human? And that is fingernails. Oh. Stingrays have a sense called ampullae of Lorenzini that helps them sense what's in the water. Electroreception. So remember your heartbeat and your muscles. What animal is considered to be a stingray's cousin? And that's sharks or sawfish. So remember, they're all in that elasmobranch family together. Number 6, there are 4 types of stingrays in Ray Bay: spotted eagle rays, southern stingrays, rough-tail stingrays, and what's the 4th type of stingray? And that is the cow-nose stingray. Number 7, according to the IUCN Red List, what are spotted eagle rays? They are actually, and unfortunately, they are endangered. Number 8, true or false, southern stingrays are able to remove their prey shells before digesting them. And that is true. Our last 2, so name one thing our animal care team feeds the stingrays. So there's a couple answers for this one. So you could have said shrimp, squid, clam, capelin, silver sides, herring, or mackerel. So lots of options there. Number 10, true or false? We have a mix of male and female southern stingrays in Ray Bay. And this is false. We only have female southern stingrays in Ray Bay. So congratulations to everyone who played along and scored big. Thank you to everyone for tuning in and who played. We will have one more mega quiz at the end of this where you'll be able to show us what you learned today overall. So don't forget to tune in for that. Okay, and our winner is Sean S. So thank you, Sean S. Great job. Congratulations. I hope everyone else enjoyed their time with that quiz. Later, remember to tune in because we have a big, fantastic, huge mega quiz. So please join us for that as well. And you can see how much you've learned today with us here. So one of the things that I might as well tell you about today is some of my favorite tanks here at Ripley's Aquarium. So I mentioned before that I really like schooling, or what we call our schooling tank. It actually houses our alewives. So when you first walk into the aquarium and you get to Canadian waters, that's that circular tank that you see. That tank is one of my favorites for a couple reasons. One reason is when you're diving in that tank, you kind of feel like Spider-Man. You can run along the acrylic. You're not burdened by your heavy scuba tank, so it's a lot of fun in there. I also really love diving in Dangerous Lagoon. So Dangerous Lagoon is special, partly because it's one of the few tanks that has sharks, but it's also our only tank with our sea turtles. And our sea turtles, as I was talking about before, Spot, Chewy, and Schooner, are all very playful. So we're lucky because Spot and Chewy will sometimes come up to us for a shell scratch. And then during our dive, Schooner gets to play with some of our enrichment staff and learn some tricks and training there. So one of the cool things about Dangerous Lagoon is getting the opportunity to dive with large sharks. It's not every day that you can say you go to work and dive with lemon sharks and sand tigers, but I'm lucky enough that I get to do that here. we also, as I've said before, get to feed the stingrays. So that is a very unique experience as well. Our stingrays, our roughtails and southerns, weigh about like 200 to 300 pounds. So it's not any small task feeding them, but we get used to it. We do it every day, we do it twice a day, and we get to know the stingrays. We start to pick out who our favorites are, we get to know them, and it becomes a very special part of our day. Oh, so I mentioned before how when a stingray's in their mother, they are rolled up like a cannoli. When they come out, they actually kind of look like a kind of pasta. So if you guys know what ravioli is, that kind of square looking thing with the lump in the center, that's kind of what baby stingrays look like. They look really silly, they look almost fake, but they look like little raviolis until they get nice and big and they can look like our southern stingrays. Okay, so we have a question. Okay. Do rays shed teeth? So that is a really good question. Rays, just like sharks, do shed teeth. So they have teeth that continually fill in. Their teeth are shed over time, and we sometimes find them in the tank. So this is serial replacement of teeth. It's natural. It's supposed to happen. So a lot of the teeth we find here at the aquarium in our Dangerous Lagoon tank and our Ray Bay tank are all naturally lost from our animals. Over time, our stingray's teeth wears down and aren't as effective at grinding. So they shed those teeth and new ones come in right away. They're kind of lined up behind each other, so they're never without teeth. So, Kat, my favorite turtle here at the aquarium is Spot. She is a bit of a goofball. She loves getting her shell scratched. She'll come up between your legs and get under your feet trying to get your attention. It's kind of like having a puppy with you, which is lots of fun. So, Joe's asked what my favorite place to dive is, and outside of Ripley's Aquarium, one of my favorite places to dive one of my favorite dives I've been on was in Mozambique in Africa. So I was very fortunate to dive there. And the interesting thing about Mozambique is they have some really big animals there. So one of the things I was lucky enough to see was a giant manta ray. So when you guys go up to Ray Bay, you'll see on the wall a giant manta ray. And that's what I had the opportunity of seeing. It's a really interesting experience because it really makes you feel teeny tiny and gives you perspective on other animals in the world. Yes, so I mentioned earlier, but my favorite tank to dive in here is our schooling tank. So it has the alewives in it. It's at the entrance to our Canadian Waters area. So, Sarah's asked if we collect our ray teeth here. So we sometimes do pick them up. We like to give them to our guests who come for stingray experiences. We do collect them, but usually the staff will sometimes keep them for themselves, but we don't spend all our times looking for them. Sometimes we're lucky enough to find them when we're in the tank, but other than that, we spend most of our time cleaning or feeding. My favorite animal in the aquarium is probably the chain cat sharks. They're very cute, they're small, and there's lots of little ones, and they are silly. They just lie on top of each other all day long, very relaxed, just hanging out. So my favorite fish, Josh was asking in Rainbow Reef, are the puffer fish. So there's one just down here, just out of the camera screen, but let's see if we can see any more. They're hiding around here somewhere. They'll swim in front in a second, but they're lots of fun. They look really derpy and they're really cute. but they have a tendency on biting us, which isn't always great, but gets your attention pretty fast. So naming animals here is a very fun part of the job. Typically, the aquarist in charge of the tank that houses the animals gets to name them. Unless they were previously named by another staff member, that person gets to name them. So one of the things in the show that I really enjoyed was listening to Dave, our curator, and Dr. Page talk about different aspects of husbandry and listening to their Q&A. That was really interesting. I also really enjoyed seeing my divers doing the pumpkin carving competition. That's something we do every October to get ready for Halloween. So we typically carve pumpkins and put them in most of our tanks because our fish enjoy eating the pumpkin. So I've been scuba diving for over 10 years now, which is a pretty long time. I got started when I was a teenager, and it's just been great ever since. I actually started scuba diving because I was interested in marine biology, and it seemed like a logical step to take before going to university. Okay, so favorite shark. My favorite shark in the aquarium has got to be the sand tigers. They're big, they're menacing looking, but they are just kind and like subtle creatures. Favorite shark in the wild is probably the whale shark. Very, very big. They're filter feeders. They're very fun to find, and you're lucky if you do get to see them. Yes, whale sharks are technically sharks, even though they have whale in their name. So, with that, my time with you is coming to an end, unfortunately. I hope you learned a few cool new things about scuba diving, our turtles, or our stingrays here. So, again, it's been lovely chatting with you guys and hearing some of your questions and doing those quizzes with you. And I've just enjoyed spending my time here today doing this. It was really fun talking about Cass and her turtles and our stingrays here in Ray Bay, and telling you that my favorite one are the cow-nose. It's also fun sharing diving with you guys and talking about the different experiences you have diving, the different equipment you use, as diving is very close to my heart, so it's nice to share that with you guys. I see there's a number of guests here today, so I just want to say hi to all of you. Thank you for coming and coming to see us do this. It's very exciting for all of us, and it's a lot of fun seeing people here. So, I'll be back later with some of our other diver friends, but for now, I'm going to be passing this back on to a familiar face, or I guess voice. It's not really easy to see our faces in these. So, we've got Kevin right behind us. Oh, other side. Kevin will be joining us in a second to take the show across the finish line. We're getting close to the end today. I can't believe we're almost past the hour mark, which is super exciting. You might think by now you know everything there is to know about the aquarium and aquatic life, but don't worry. Kevin has a few more fun things lined up to teach you all about. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And with that, here's Kevin. Oh, here's Kevin. And thank you, everyone. I'll see you soon, and have fun.
Hi, everybody. I'm happy to be joining you again as your host and taking this record attempt across the finish line. Big thank you to Francis and all the other presenters so far. They've been doing a great job. I've been tuning in behind the scenes to follow the fun since I've been out of the water. And there's been a lot of great moments. For me, I was really proud of Michael for winning that the contest. I thought it was a really great angler fish. And it was always really cool to see all of my hard-working staff get a little bit of recognition of all the cool things that they do behind the scenes to make sure all our animals are happy and healthy. In fact, we've given you a lot of information today, and I hope that you've learned some fun facts. Our final quiz will be the same format and process as the earlier ones, so I hope you were paying attention when we reviewed what the correct answers were. There's a chance that might come in handy. Near the end of the show, we'll also be having some of our other divers that you met today join me again in Rainbow Reef, and we'll also have some more people from our team join us on the dry side. However, the fun isn't over yet. We still have some time, and we have a couple more segments for everyone, including that final quiz. Up first, we're going to be taking some time to learn about the network of systems behind the scenes that manage and maintain all of our exhibits.
Hi, I'm Michael, and I'm the manager of life support systems and building systems at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. LSS stands for Life Support Systems. It's a recirculating closed loop system of aquarium water, and we're maintaining the filtration, the temperature, the bioload. We're also treating it for clarity with chemical filtration like ozone. We're injecting it, so really we're always just maintaining the water levels of what we need. We have different exhibits around here, and everything needs a different specification. And just basic cleaning is our job too. We gotta clean, make sure that we're show ready everywhere. Back of house, front of house is always show ready. The job is to keep the water moving. Every day we move about, I would say roughly 70 to 100,000 gallons of water, just moving it back and forth from holding basins or water changes and everything. And that's not including the day-to-day turnover of all these exhibits. They got 750,000 gallons in the shark tank that turns over in an hour and 15 minutes. So we're moving that much water along with transferring and doing water changes along with that. It would be like your pumps, for example. So to make sure the pumps are operating properly, the right pressures, and then servicing the pumps. So you got to maintain the motors and the alignments and the mechanical seals, and to make sure that they're producing the flow that you need for your filtration. So your filters are another huge component. It's also your bioloads. Every animal is a little different, depending on the exhibit. Like if you compare ray bait to like just a normal fish tank like alewives, there's a huge bioload difference in ways where the rays, they need attention being clean. Like we backwash those filters, 2 of 4 of the filters once every day. And schooling, like the alewives exhibit, is once every 4 to 5 days we'll do that, just because of the waste and the buildup in the filters. So the rays they're very dirty compared to a normal fish for sure. Ray bait just takes a certain amount of concentration every day. It's not a pain. It's not like it's difficult. It's just you need to pay more attention to that specific exhibit, where most can actually run by themselves. Like this building, it's designed to maintain itself. It's supposed to backwash and fill tanks and keep the temperatures and everything by itself, and we're here to just make sure that's still working and maintain that. So here we have the big sand filters for the ray bait exhibit and the dangerous lagoon exhibit. Each filter is processing about 750 gallons per minute of water. Each stack of filters is being pumped in by one pump. These are horizontal high pressure sand filters. They're filled up to about here with sand and then pea gravel in the bottom. So the water is being processed through the bed of sand, out the bottom, and then back into the degas tower before it goes back to the exhibit. We have to clean all these filters all the time, plus the inside of them is what we're maintaining every day. The fractionator is actually right behind me. We got to clean that like twice a week. Not only are they filtering the exhibit water to make it clear and taking the detritus out of the exhibit, but they're actually maintaining the bio load too within that sand or the glass media that we have in our filters. So those are key components. And then there's the whole recycling water is also another key component to keep your biological filter going. Biological filters are huge when it comes to aquarium. Without them, you don't have a successful aquarium. Your fish will not be able to survive. So it's just maintain all the levels of filtration it's a tough job. Absolutely, but we have to do it, and it keeps you involved every day. So when we're backwashing or cleaning the water, it gets processed through here, but then we recycle it through our basins, and then the supply line is here, and these are all the computer-controlled actuator valves. Let's climb upstairs so that we go check out the bio tower so you can kind of see what a biological tower looks like at the top. So if you look down in here, not everyone gets to see it. So that's your biological media degas tower. So the top fray bars of it. Okay, so all the walls surrounding us are a different holding basin of either dirty or clean water from one of our large exhibits, or it's freshwater or saltwater mixing. Down here, you also have all the recovery filters where we process the dirty water through the filters before it goes into the clean basin, before we send it back into the exhibit, most likely the next day or a couple days later. We're always trying to keep the water levels high in here because the more water is the better, really, for an aquarium. So you always want to have lots of spare water on hand in case anything happens, water changes, things like that. We also have 2 control screens down here. These are our touchscreen GUI panel, so graphic user interface. This is where we can control all these pumps and valves down here, control the automation system. All the pipes down here and throughout the aquarium really are color-coded. We have clean salt water here, which would be like the blue coming off of this pump. You have dirty backwash water there, which is like the beige color. You've got gray for clean fresh water. Here we have our chilled water plant. We have 3 250-ton chillers. This is our chilled water loop that goes throughout the building. It's used for our air conditioning and the cooling of all of our exhibits. I've worked for the company for 10 years. I've worked at this aquarium specifically for about 8.5 years. I've traveled for the company doing project management roles, building the marine science building in Myrtle Beach. And I'm back here at post-COVID. I started here as like a construction hand as for a summer job. And I was moving plywood around and everything. And this building was just really cool and I wanted to learn more about it. And as I went through the maintenance technician way. I worked on the glide path, so the amusement ride and everything. And then I just, I got more into the mechanics of how the aquarium works. And it was just more interesting to me and I kept digging into it and now I'm here. I always love working on cars and everything, but it's always so dirty. And really the dirtiest part about this job is either the fish waste, which is dirty, or just the salt water on your hands, which is not that bad. But we work with the same tools, which is, to me, very interesting. I love my job because every day is different. My favorite memory is just learning throughout the years and gaining the ability to fix different things and learn different trades as we go and continue to improve the aquarium and the operation of how things work around here. So this is the motor control center, MCC panel is what we call it. It's a series of breakers or variable frequency drives for pumps or motors on this side of the aquarium. So the green light is an on status, red light off status, no light, there's no power. The job is so unique with what we have to do. Every day is different. Every exhibit's got a different flow that we have to maintain, a different volume of water, a different backwashing schedule, different ozone generators. Every exhibit has its own system, but multiple exhibits can be on the same system. For example, like our Canadian Waters Gallery, all of those tanks there with the octopus and the sea pens and the lumpfish, those can all be connected onto one system where they look like in other places you'll have that one tank's on one specific life support system. Like the American eels is a freshwater tank in that gallery. That's got its own system versus the Canadian system. kelp and shark are on different temperatures. You got Ray Bay and Dangerous Lagoon that share almost the same temperature and pretty much the same everything, but they're completely separated. They look like they're together down here too. All the filters are right beside each other, stacked up, but they're completely separated when it comes to holding basins and pipework and every component of the systems. We also take care of all the lighting of the exhibits. Lighting's very specific. Every tank's got a different lighting schedule, different light. It's either like for the living coral exhibit, it's very specific with your photo periods and your intensity of the light. Where just like a fish tank, you don't need that high quality of lighting. You just need bright white or blue lights kind of thing to light them up properly. But every animal is more specific. Like if you get into the octopus, they can't have the bright lights. If you get into the rays, they don't mind. We try to do like a sandy color with the rays to kind of blend them with the tank. We do underwater lighting too. We're actually making underwater lights here in the aquarium now. The original ones were some big PVC pipes that were air filled, so they're pressurized with LEDs in them, and that's corroded and then not worked for a couple of years. So we've actually designed and built LEDs that are submersible and they'll last a lot longer than those ones, and we're starting to install those now. Every day we're doing upgrades. Technology has changed a lot since the aquarium's opened. All of our transmitters have changed. All of our instrumentation has really changed. We changed all the hard drives in the computers because they were still mechanical hard drives, where now they're SSD hard drives. It's crazy how time flies like that, but that's how we were built, and that's what we've had to upgrade to. So every day we're looking at upgrading to maintain this place. We're changing some components from steel to fiberglass, some PVC, just to maintain like the corrosion around here because of the salt water. We're always adding structural materials like different working platforms to make things safer, easier to work on. Put variable frequency drives on every motor in the building pretty much, so that's to maintain energy and give us more control. The monitoring's a whole other story about alarms and monitoring of all the aquariums. We have about 400 different alarms day to day that we're going over. You got to be able to stay calm. You got life in your hand, like animal life is in your hand. So if you have a problem, you need to be able to settle down and understand what's happening and then problem solve on how to fix it. Anything can happen. Not too long ago, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I get an alarm on my phone. I have a low water level on an exhibit, which usually means, okay, maybe a sensor is malfunctioning or something. But then you wake up, you pull up the graph on the laptop, and then it took a long time because it was so leak. But then you get that negative water level and you're like, okay, something's wrong. Gotta drive into work, see what's going on. It's 3 o'clock in the morning and you're like, is it the pump? Is it the filter? Is it a broken pipe? What's going on? And it was just a pressure gauge. A little 1/4-inch pressure gauge came out and just slowly drift onto the floor all night long kind of thing. So we got a negative water level and then we had to fix it. But that's just a basic example of what happens, and the smallest thing can cause a big problem. With this job, you think the worst, absolutely. You think everything's going down, I don't know how I'm gonna fix it, but you end up doing it and just like, let's say you get calm after a while about maintaining these systems after so many years. 24 alarms since we started talking. We're always working on a plumbing job or some mechanical job or calibrating sensors to make the water quality better. And it's nice to have a tight group because we all communicate very well. What's going on? What do we need? How can we help each other? And that's really how we keep this place going, is this really good communication, and everyone helps everyone with everything. We are always looking for new people and trying to build a team up. It's really about gaining experience here, and just interest in trades and tools is really what you would need to be a life support system technician. General trade knowledge, plumbing, electrical, the ambition to learn. You got to be able to be a sponge around everything and just take everything in and really try to problem solve, because no one's going to help you fix the problems that we have here. We're the ones that have to fix it.
Wow, what a cool sneak peek at all that goes on behind the scenes to make our aquarium run efficiently and keep up all of our exhibits. One exhibit that Mike mentioned, Living Coral, is what we're going to be talking about next. So let's take a look. Earlier in the show, I told you that the dazzling coral here in Rainbow Reef is not in fact real. In fact, all the coral you see throughout the aquarium is not real, with one exception. Living coral in the gallery is the only exhibit that features real coral. Coral is a vital part of its ecosystem, and it takes hundreds, if not thousands of years to grow. Removing large amounts of coral from the wild would have devastating effects, so that's not what we do. In fact, coral reefs cover less than 1% of the Earth's surface, but it's estimated that 1/4 of all ocean species directly rely on coral reefs for survival at one point of their lives. Much like this butterfly fish here. It's not only our animal friends that benefit from the coral, though. It's also us humans. Over 500,000 people worldwide depend on coral reefs for food, coastal protection, and income in the form of ecotourism. In that living coral exhibit, we have a few different types of coral featured. But before we dive into that, for those who tuned in after that segment, it's important to establish what coral is. It may surprise some of you to learn that coral is not a rock or a plant, but actually it is an animal. Coral is alive, and it is made up of tiny animals living in colonies together. The individual animal is called a polyp. It's a small animal with a translucent body and soft tentacles, very much like an upside-down jellyfish. Coral's stunning colors come from its roommates, algae, called zooxanthellae, which use the sun's energy to create nutrients and its color. It's a very handy arrangement between the coral and the algae, a symbiosis. The coral gets fed, and the algae gets a place to live. A symbiotic relationship, this two-way dependent relationship, is where both parties benefit from each other. Coral, on its own, would actually be completely white. Its calcium carbonate structure is very similar to eggshells, clamshells, or the like. It's only the algae that give the coral reefs this kaleidoscope of color that you see around me. Coral is very diverse, comes in many different shapes and forms, cold water, warm water. Lots of different places in the world have coral, but each coral species also differs in appearance. You can have wrinkling brain-like corals, similar to this one next to me. You can have large cabbages, big fans, branching antlers. There are many, many different types of species of coral. In our living coral exhibit, we have a few different types of coral you can check out. Staghorn coral is one of the types you can look at, and it's called such because it has aquatic antlers, or groups of branches that you'd find sticking out, like from a bush or a tree. And it can also reproduce through fragmentation, where its broken branches are able to reattach to the ocean floor and start new colonies. This is a great strategy for it to recover if there's storm damage, which would scatter coral fragments around the area. Torch corals, a very spicy coral, has long tentacles that house toxic barbs. These are called cnidocytes. Just like jellyfish, this coral shoots its barb to sting prey. In fact, jellyfish and corals are closely related in a group called cnidarians. Montipora coral, or Montes if you're in the business, can grow in a variety of colors, although colonies typically grow in one uniform color. In its later stages, it can grow into flat, curving shapes that can resemble a cone-like vase. Lastly, my favorite maybe, if I had to choose, would probably be bubble coral. You're able to spot bubble coral by the multiple bubble shapes that cover the colony. The bubbles actually can change their size throughout the day. When they're exposed to sunlight during the day, those bubbles can expand. Then at night, they can shrink down, which allows the coral's tentacles to have room to hunt. Coral is very fascinating, and reefs are home to over 4,000 aquatic animals like jellyfish, crustaceans, turtles, sharks, snakes. The creatures that call this coral home are very dependent on this interconnected system and finding a schedule that suits them. Smaller fish may hang out near areas of coral that act as cleaning stations, and fish or things like small shrimp will be able to eat parasites and waste from larger fish, effectively grooming them. Some fish will rest in the crevices or hide there from predators during the day. You may see that around me as fish dart in and out of cover. But when the sun goes down, many of those night fish will head out to hunt and look for food, leaving those layers vacant. And many of the fish that are active during the day will go in to rest. Coral reefs are also very sophisticated in terms of signaling and social networks. These cues can be everything from chemical to visual. There can be bright colors of the corals, and that will help protect brightly colored fish as they blend in. Often these things are evolving right alongside one another. Within a coral colony, these bright fish know their colors, and they may use those to attract mates or help members of the school simply to recognize one another and move together for safety. In some cases, bright colors can also warn predators, and that means that they are poisonous and not something that they'd want to eat. Another cool thing that happens is known as network emergency signals. For example, when a coral is threatened, maybe by seaweed that's growing over it, or damage, they can often release chemical cues. Those chemical cues can be picked up by other fish as a call for help. In a short amount of time, some other fish may arrive and help assist the coral by, say, eating the seaweed. Although they're very complicated and robust, coral reefs are actually very fragile as well. And one of the biggest things that threaten them is human activity. Things like overfishing and pollution can often threaten these important habitats. And in extreme cases, when coral is stressed, you get something called coral bleaching. Now, this is often caused due to warming ocean temperatures or other factors like that. Stressed coral cannot support the symbiotic relationship with the algae, which you remember gives them their food and color. So when it's stressed, the algae is expelled, and that takes the coral's food source with it. This results in the coral colony dying off. And if you've ever seen images of pure white coral reefs, this is the phenomenon known as coral bleaching, and that coral reef is likely dead. According to a 2020 report by the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network, between 2009 and 2018, about a 10-year period, approximately 14% of the coral in the world's reefs were lost. Just one decade. And in 2019, even though it was found that the amount of coral in the world's reefs had increased slightly by about 2%, the global average of live coral was down to a mere 29.5%. Scientists across the world are hoping to find creative solutions to this massive problem. Ultimately, it's crucial that we all work together to do our part to reverse the effects of global climate change in order to save coral and our world's coral reefs. I don't know about you, but I'm here in Toronto, which isn't exactly anywhere near a coral reef, except for the ones that we have in the aquarium. But the daily choices I make or you make can also help save coral reefs. These are easy things you can do that I'm sure we're all aware of to reduce your carbon footprint: driving less, using less plastic, particularly single-use plastics, maybe even eating meat less often. If we all do what we can to help slow climate change, it'll add up as we work together. Now, as much as I love talking about coral, it is time for the official final quiz. Over the course of the show today, we've covered a lot of information and topics, like the types of sharks we have at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada, what preparing for a large, dangerous lagoon feed looks like, or how the exhibit's water systems operate behind the scenes. I hope you feel like you've learned a lot today, and I hope you take away some fun facts that you didn't know before, because we're going to put that to the test. We've also had a few interactive quizzes throughout the show as practice for this big final quiz, where you have a chance to show off how much you've learned. Now, this quiz will operate like the others. I'll ask a question, give you a moment to submit your best guess in the live stream chat before we move on. At the end, we'll review all the correct answers and get to see who knows their stuff. All right, I hope you're all feeling ready to dive into this final quiz. All right, first question, true or false? The coral in Rainbow Reef is real. Please submit your answers now. Kind of starting off with a gimme, if you were paying attention, which I know you were. It's again, true or false? The coral in Rainbow Reef, the exhibit I'm in right now, is it real? All right, answers in, please. We're moving on to the next question. Number 2. Approximately how many different fish species are there in Rainbow Reef? Please submit your answers now, or start counting really quickly. One of the two. More than one, for sure. Question again, approximately how many different fish species are there in Rainbow Reef? This exhibit, lots of species, lots of diversity. What do you think? We definitely said that answer. All right, answers in, please. That's up. Next up is question 3. What team helps prepare the food for Dangerous Lagoon? Submit your answer now. We had a whole segment about all the work that goes into feeding that giant tank full of sharks and rays and fur turtles. But we lean on one group more than any other to help prepare all that food. Who was it? Number 3 again, what team helps prepare the food for Dangerous Lagoon? All right, time is up. Answers in. Moving on to question 4. How many times a week are the sharks fed at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada? Submit your answers now. From that same segment. We know they eat a lot, but how often are we feeding those big sharks? Question 4. How many times a week are the sharks fed at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada? Oh my. All right, time is up. Answers in. Moving on to question number 5. What is a shark skeleton made out of? Please submit your answers now. Is it a trick question? Probably not. All right, number 5 again. What is a shark skeleton made out of? Something special. All right, time is up. Answers in. Moving on to number 6. True or false? Mosquitoes are considered to be more dangerous to humans than sharks. Submit your answers now. It's a good question. Everyone likes to say that sharks are dangerous, but are they as dangerous as a tiny mosquito? We'll see. True or false? Mosquitoes are considered to be more dangerous to humans than sharks. Time is up. Answers in, please. Number 7. What does a shark's coloring help it do? Submit your answers now. It's an interesting question. Sharks come in a variety of colors. But what does a shark's coloring help it to do? starting to get a little harder. I like that. Time is up. Answers in. Moving on to number 8. A true or false? Female seahorses give birth to live babies. Submit your answers now. Oh, those seahorse segment. I'll remember it, I'm sure. Ben did a great job with that, but true or false? Female seahorses give birth to live babies. Think about it. Not too long. Time is up. All answers in. Moving on to number 9. What human organ has a part named after seahorses? Submit your answers now. Ooh, I like that question. You have to be paying attention. Maybe know some Latin. What human organ has a part named after seahorses? A little trickier. Time is up. Answers in, please. Moving on to question 10. True or false again? All unicorn fish have a bony horn on their forehead in front of their eyes. Submit your answers now. Certainly says the name. It sounds like it could be true, but is it true or false? All unicorn fish have a bony horn on their forehead in front of their eyes. Might even see some of those unicorn fish hanging out in this tank here. All right, time is up. All answers in. Moving on to number 11. What type of fish was bloat from Finding Nemo? Submit your answer now. It's been a little while since that movie came out. Gonna have to remember it. Or make an educated guess. I did actually say this answer in that first hour. Question number 11 again. What type of fish was bloat from Finding Nemo? Got another moment in the chat to answer. Time is up. All answers in, please. Now question 12. What vegetable does the turtle's caretaker order 100 of every week? Submit your answer now. Our turtles love their veggies, but they love some veggies more than others. What was it? What type of vegetable does the turtle's caretaker order 100 of every week? 3 turtles, 33 apiece. Still a lot. We want a, what vegetable? It's got to be the vegetable. All right, time is up. The answer's in. Number 13 now. Lucky 13. What color is Spot's favorite food? Submit your answer now. Spot got a lot of spotlight today. Deservedly so. But what color is Spot's favorite food? Oh, something delicious. Something good for you. Get those answers in. Time is ticking. Time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to 14. What can happen to sea turtles if the water temperatures drop below 10 degrees Celsius? Submit your answer now. That's some chilly water. dangerous lagoon, we keep about 25 degrees Celsius, but what can happen to sea turtles if the water temperatures drop below 10 degrees Celsius? Quite chilly. There's a reason we don't have them in our kelp forest tank for sure. Time is almost up here. Time is up. Please have your answers in. We're moving to number 15. Ooh, another number. How old are Spot and Chewy? Submit your answer now. Spot and Chewy came to us at the same time. Before we opened to the public 10 years ago. So there's your first hint. Older than 10. But how old are Spot and Chewy? Back to that turtle segment. Ooh, only a little bit of time left here. All right, time is up. All answers in. We are moving on to 16. What's the name of the green sea turtle that loves to have her shell scratched? Submit your answer now. Each of our turtles they have quite their own personality, but one of them, more than the others, is just a sucker for attention. So, what is the name of the green sea turtle that loves to have their shell scratched? All right, time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to 17. What is the name of the piece of equipment that helps a diver control their buoyancy underwater? Submit your answer now. If you look very carefully, I'm probably wearing it. But what is the name? Question 17 again. What is the name of the piece of equipment that helps a diver control their buoyancy underwater, whether they sink or float? A few more seconds, but time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to 18. What is the top priority when planning and executing a dive? Submit your answer now, please. There's a lot to think about when you dive, when you're underwater. But there's one thing that's more important than anything else. Question 18. What is the top priority when planning and executing a dive? A few more seconds to answer. And time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to the next question, number 19. True or false? To scuba divers, the thumbs up symbol means you're okay. Submit your answers now. There's a lot of hand signals to know when you're scuba diving. Out of air. Who's going first? Up and down, but true or false? To scuba divers, the thumbs up signal means that you're okay. I'm doing okay. Time is up. All answers are in. Moving on to question 20. How many types of stingrays are in Ray Bay? Submit your answer now. Ray Bay has a number of different species in it. We talked about some of the sharks. We talked about the rays. But, once again, question number 20. How many types of stingrays are there in Ray Bay? Some of the guests today may have already seen one of our dive shows. They might know the answer. Time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to the next question, number 21. Only a couple left. What is the proper name for a stingray's stinger? Submit your answers now, please. cleared up maybe some misinformation about stingrays and how they sting. But when it comes to anatomy, what is the proper name for a stingray's stinger? Excited to see those answers. Couple of seconds. Time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to 22. What does LSS stand for? Please submit your answers now. Could probably make up any kind of thing. I love scuba swimming, something like that. But that would be wrong. Here at Ripley's, what does LSS stand for? I've talked about it quite a bit. And I know we all love that video. Time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to question 23. True or false? There are 2.9 million liters of water in our Dangerous Lagoon exhibit. Submit your answer now. Dangerous Lagoon is our largest exhibit. We know that it's got a very long tunnel. We know it's got lots of turtles, but true or false, there are 2.9 million liters of water in Dangerous Lagoon. Is it more? Is it less? Is it exactly that? Time is up. Answers are in. Moving on to question 24, second to last. What is coral? A plant, an animal, or a type of rock? Submit your answer now. I feel like somebody may have answered this question very recently. I hope you were paying attention. Question 24. What is coral? A plant, an animal, or a type of rock? Vegetable, animal, mineral. Only a few more seconds. Time is up. Answers are in. We're going into question 25, the last question of the quiz. What gives coral its stunning colors? Submit your answer now. Coral is known for its beautiful colors, as long as it isn't bleached. We were talking about that earlier. But why is it those colors? Number question 25, the last question again. What gives coral its stunning color? A few more seconds to answer. We'll be excited to see the results. Time is up. That is all the questions that we have for the quiz. Thank you very much for participating, everybody. We are going to be reviewing those answers now. Our team is taking a look. It's all the questions we have. How do you think you did? How many did you get? These guys are excited to have participated too. There were some familiar ones in there. I hope you remembered from earlier. And as we see how everybody did, we'll review the correct answers. Question number 1. True or false, the coral and rainbow reef is real? That is false. I'm sure everybody got that right. Question number 2. Approximately how many different fish species are there in Rainbow Reef? The answer is 100. There's about 100 different species and about 1,000 individuals. Question number 3. What team helps prepare the food for Dangerous Lagoon? It is the dive team. Our divers are a very important part of making sure that all of our fish get fed. Spend quite a bit of time on that. Question number 4. How many times a week are the sharks fed at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada? The answer is 3. 3 times a week we do a big shark feed. Make sure that all of our large animals get all the nutrition they need. Question number 5. What is a shark skeleton made of? The answer is cartilage. They are cartilaginous fish along with rays and sawfish. Question number 6. True or false? Mosquitoes are considered to be more dangerous to humans than sharks. This may trick some people. The answer is true, surprisingly. Many more people die of malaria and other illnesses every year compared to the handful of people that are hurt by sharks. So it is true. Question number 7. What does a shark's coloring help it do? The answer is camouflage. Helps it blend into its surroundings, either to avoid predators or to make it easier to catch its prey. Camouflage. Number 8. True or false? Female seahorses give birth to live babies. That is false. You may know that the male seahorses are the ones who actually give birth. Tricky. Question number 9. What human organ has a part named after seahorses? The answer is the brain. Hippocampus. You may know that. Latin name. Very important. Pretty sure we mentioned that. Number 10. True or false? All unicorn fish have a bony horn on their forehead in front of their eyes. That is false. There are those individuals that do. We have some of those species here in Rainbow Reef, but not every member of that group does. Question number 11. What type of fish was Bloat from Finding Nemo? And the answer was a porcupine fish. A prickly little guy, to be sure. So a porcupine fish is what we were looking for there. Question number 12. What vegetable do the turtle's caretaker order 100 of every week? And the answer to that is lettuce. They eat quite a bit of lettuce every week. Yeah, 33 heads of turtle, basically. Quite a bit of lettuce. All right, question number 13. More food, more turtles. What color is Spot's favorite food? The answer is orange. She loves her sweet potatoes. Always has, always will. So sweet potatoes, Spot's favorite food. The answer is orange. Number 14. What can happen to sea turtles if the water temperature drops below 10 degrees? They can get cold shock. Cold shock when their body temperature gets too low. They are cold-blooded reptiles. Question number 15. How old are Spot and Chewy? Answered that question earlier. If you're paying attention, the answer is 26. Spot and Chewy are 26-year-olds. Question number 16. What's the name of the green sea turtle that loves to have her shell scratched? We just said it. The answer is Spot. Loves the attention. Spot's the answer to that. Number 17. What is the name of the piece of equipment that helps a diver control their buoyancy underwater? The answer is a BCD, a buoyancy control device, like the one I'm wearing today. Moving on to question 18. What is the top priority when planning and executing a dive? First and foremost, safety. The answer is safety. Safety first. Got to be careful. All right, moving on to question 19. True or false? To scuba divers, the thumbs up signal means you're okay. The answer is false. That is not true. The okay symbol means things are going great. The thumbs up means it's time to go up. So don't confuse the two. All right, moving on to question 20. How many types of stingrays are in Ray Bay? You knew there would be more than one or we wouldn't call it that. The answer is 4. We do have cow-nosed rays, southern stingrays, rough-tailed stingrays, and spotted eagle rays. 4 kinds of stingrays in Ray Bay. Moving on now to question 21. What's the proper name for a stingray's stinger? We call it a barb. A barb is the answer we were looking for there. Moving on now to question 22. What does LSS stand for? Well, here at Ripley's Aquarium, it stands for Life Support System, or Systems. Life Support Systems. Question 23. True or false? There are 2.9 million liters of water in Dangerous Lagoon. That's true. It's a big exhibit. Lots of water. Lots of animals. Question number 24. What is coral? A plant, an animal, or a type of rock? I hope you were listening earlier because the answer is an animal. A number of animals, polyps, make up a larger coral colony. Now, the last question, number 25. What gives coral its stunning color? The answer is algae. Maybe a bonus point if you say zooanthely, but the answer we're looking for is algae. All right. Thank you guys very much for all participating. I know everybody learned a lot. Oh, it sounds like we have the winner coming in. The winner is Paolo de Martinis. Congratulations, you're simply the best. You nailed this quiz. Big round of applause in the chat for Paolo. Very good. That concludes our quiz segment for today. Thanks everybody for playing along. Congrats to the people that have won. Congrats to the people that have simply learned something. Remember, if you have any burning questions about aquatic life, fish biology, you can always ask in the live stream chat, or you can ask an educator or a member of the animal care team the next time you swim on by Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Well, it looks like we are getting closer and closer here to actually breaking this world record. And knock on wood, a little bit of time here. In a few moments, some of our divers will be joining me as we prepare to hear how we did from our official Guinness adjudicator. I know I can't handle this anticipation alone, so I'm going to need the rest of my team to join me in just a moment here. You can see them getting ready. Oh, it's going to be exciting. I'm not even sure who's going to get in. Some familiar faces, I think, from earlier in the stream. For me, as I said, my favorite parts always is getting to see or show off all the stuff that we do. My work here as the husbandry department is mostly behind the scenes. We do our jobs. Most people don't even know that we did them. But whether it's cleaning tanks or preparing food or taking care of the animals, working with Dr. LePage and our veterinary staff to make sure that everybody's in great health, all of this stuff is it's a lot of work, and we have lucky to have a really great team to work with for that. So it's fun to show these sort of things off. Yeah, so we're also going to be taking a look in a minute at a big banner. We're going to get all that coming in just a moment. It was very exciting as well to try to show off some of our feeding regimens, especially for our green sea turtles. Our turtles are one of our favorite animals. We have a long history with keeping 2 of them here. It was amazing to add a third with Skuna and see how she could jump in and become a very interesting and charismatic member of that exhibit. It's not easy to juggle all 3 of them with all of their specific needs, their specific personalities, but having to expand that is really something that the team is especially proud of. All right, I think we're going to have everybody starting to jump in with me here. Joining me here in anticipation of breaking a very important record, I think. Looks like Michael, champion pumpkin carver extraordinaire, is going to be... we've definitely had a lot of fun here today. It's been spectacular. The time has swam by. And speaking of time, we'll check in with our official Guinness World Record adjudicator, Michael Empiric, to see if we have an update on the status of our record attempt. We've been standing by today to watch all this unfold. Now. Okay, we've got our Michael here. He's ready to go. We've got Cam back again, renowned host. We've got Pratt hanging out on the outside here. Looks like Francis as well. Whole team is ready to go. It's been a lot of work, a lot of great effort from the whole team here. You're looking spiffy already. Not bad. Just got to make room for everybody. Right. Any second now, we're waiting on some hopefully very good news. All right. Sounds like it's about time to throw over to Michael, our adjudicator. Michael, do you have some good news for us?
Hi, Kevin, it's Katie, and I am standing by with Michael Embrick from Guinness World Records, who is going to let us know what his decision is.
So this was an official Guinness World Records title attempt for longest underwater live stream. And as you know, the mark to beat was 5 hours, 25 minutes, 25 seconds. Today, I can announce that Ripley's Aquarium of Canada in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, had a time of 5 hours, 44 minutes, 30 seconds. It's a new Guinness World Records title. Congratulations, everyone here at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. You are officially amazing. Great job.
Thank you. Okay, Kevin, we'll send it back to you and the dive team who carried us through these 5+ hours with such an amazing record to wrap it up for us.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you heard it here. Thank you for the official word, Michael. It's an absolute honor. How's the rest of the team feeling? Pretty good? Everyone's good? Oh, high fives all around. High fives for Liv. High fives for Pratt, our standby diver. Michael, the pumpkin carver extraordinaire, Liv. Runner-up, but also a good pumpkin carver, too. This is very good, everybody. Thanks so much for helping. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks, everybody who's here right now, visiting us as well. Oh, we've had a lot of wonderful people here at the aquarium today who've been following along, and we're very excited to celebrate Ripley's Aquarium of Canada's 10th birthday. We're also thrilled to be celebrating this victory. We also have some special folks from the media joining us, as well as some important friends. And we're going to be spending some time now to let them capture some photos and join in the celebration. So let's take a look at what's happening on the dry side here. Try. All right. Big congratulations to everybody here on the team. A big thank you for everybody on the dry side, everyone on the wet side, everybody who's helped out at all. We're going to have to go through and thank some people individually. But we're very proud to have accomplished what we did today. Yes, incredible. Before we wrap up today, I want to take a moment to thank everybody for tuning in. Without people watching, this wouldn't have counted. At the top of the program, we reviewed the official world record rules. Without your viewership, we would not be able to officially beat the Guinness World Record for longest underwater live stream. So this is an accomplishment for us and our team, but it's also a big thanks to all of you as well. A big congratulations to all of you. A big congratulations to the team. Here in the exhibit, our divers and team standing eye behind the scenes at the top of Rainbow Reef, and everybody who's been joining us today on the dry side as well. Before we wrapped up the show, I want to take a moment to give a special thank you to everyone who made today possible, from coordinating the record attempt to working with everyone at Ripley's Aquarium of Canada to arrange this program. We want to say thank you to everyone who lent their time, effort, support. This was a team effort that couldn't have been possible without everyone coming together. So big special thank you to the big man, Peter Doyle, to Katie McMahon, who you've seen today, to Lizzie Sybil, Clarence Mohammed with all the tech, Mike Marcoux with all the LSS, Francis Perry, myself, I guess, David Fraser, our curator and shark man, Ben Devereaux, or Deverex, Michael Alexander here next to me, Pratt from Eshkol, Carney up above, Dr. Vechanic Lepage, our veterinarian, Cassandra Pierce, the turtle wrangler, Cam Sheriff, our host extraordinaire, Olivia Wenzel, above me as well, Kennedy Jane Towler, on the social media, Danielle Eisner, coordinating everything. We also big thank you to Mark, Victor, Jeff, Richard, Nick, and the entire Encore AV team, to Andrea Horodysky, to Josh Kaplan, to Joanne Gnatic, to Ines O'Grady, Kathleen Espiritu, to Michael Floor, to Jay Sav, and Evan Furlong. And of course to Michael Emprick and the Guinness World Records team, who helped prepare and support us leading up to and through this wonderful attempt, and now officially the achievement. It took a village, and we really want to give one big final thank you to everybody who worked so hard, lending their time and talents to make all of this possible. Thank you one last time for everybody that tuned in today. Hi Mom, hi Dad, and participated in our live stream. We had so much fun with you over the last 6 hours or so, and now that everybody is aquatic animal experts, I can't wait to see all of you shark savants and scuba scholars during your next visit to Ripley's Aquarium of Canada. Thank you everyone who joined us this weekend and today for our 10th birthday celebration. We've made 10 years of wonderful memories, and we're looking forward to making many, many more over the next 10. I hope everyone has a totally awesome evening. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you very much.